NerdyNeo on the mic tells a story. Open mic, a world of digital glory. Talking quests and pixelated dreams. Gamers journey on the mainstream. Open mic with a gaming twist. Press start and raise your fist. From consoles all to new. Every game a brand new crew. Week by week a new guest appears. Sharing love for gaming through the years. Button mashing tales of late night kills. Level up, adrenaline thrill. Open mic with a gaming twist. Press start and raise your fist. From consoles all to new. Every game a brand new crew. From pixel art to high-end screens. Open worlds and cutscenes. These questions deep they go. Discovering every game in tow.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to Open Mic. It has been a long time, but it is good to get back to it. But this is not going to be the standard Open Mic where I have a guest on and talk with someone, but we will be returning to that very soon. The next episode of Open Mic will definitely be a regularly guest, not a guest panel, but I'll have a guest on to chat with. But tonight, I was inspired to do this one by Carl a while back. He's like, hey, you got, with our year-long gaming challenge, he recommended that Canadian and I do some videos on the games that we played. But I'm not good with videos. I'm just better, just pulling it up and talking about it. So I'm going to be going over all the games that I played over the course of 2025 and talking about them. So it is going to be a solo stream. Let's see here. All right, I'm going to put some music on in the background since I'm just going to be chatting this whole time. And let me know if the music is too loud or too quiet, because I can turn it up and down my headphones, but that doesn't affect the stream. And I don't want it to be too overpowering, but I also don't want it to be too quiet. So I think that should be a pretty good level, but maybe it's too quiet. But either way, let me know. So, all right, with that, we got a lot to talk about tonight. And this may have to get split up into two streams, who knows, because I played a lot of games. And I also, this is the first year I did this, and I did it on two different platforms, but going forward, I'm only going to do it on GameShelf, I think. But I discovered, both of these I discovered thanks to Carl. I discovered Fuse Gaming Community, which is great. And then I also discovered GameShelf, because Carl had the Tyler, who's become a friend of mine, on his panel, or on his show, and he's been on a couple of my shows, and we've chat a lot, and I really love what he's building. So the link in the description should be, the link to GameShelf should be in the description if you want to check it out. But I will be showcasing, not the whole website, but I am using it to, I've created a list for every time I beat a game. I add it to the list of all the games that I beat in 2025. So I'm just going to go through the list and talk about each game that I beat. These are not going to be in any particular order because I didn't start using GameShelf. Well, first of all, he didn't even have GameShelf public until, well, technically it's still in beta, but I think it went public in the summer, like June or July, but I didn't discover it until August, so I signed up in early September, and I've been a very active participant since then. And, but yeah, so because of that, they're all in just a random order, so as I talk about these games, they'll be in a random order. But going forwards, for 2026, all the games in my, you know what? Let's go ahead and switch over to it. Oh, that's not what I want. Let's switch over here. There we go. So here's my games beat in 2025. I have already started my games beat in 2026, and it's up here at the top. And these are in the correct order from oldest at the beginning. So the first game I beat for 2026 was Hellblade, and the most recent one was I beat Metroid 2 yesterday. So for 2026, these will all be in order, but for 2025, since I didn't join GameShelf until September, they're just in a random assortment of orders. So, let's see here. I gotta move this down some. Nope, that's too far. There we go. And I had to create a new scene earlier today, and I forgot to reorder this so that the chat is still on top. So, all right, let's go back down here to 2025 games I beat, and we shall get started. All right, so the first thing we got here is we got 5 DLCs. These are all DLCs for Trials Fusion, which I am a big fan of the Trials games. I'm pretty good. I'm not amazing, but I did 100% complete the original Trials HD on Xbox Live Arcade a number of years ago, but none of the other Trials games I've finished. I've beaten all of the ones that I've played. The only one I haven't actually played through yet is Trials of the Blood Dragon. I will be playing that at some point. But man, Fusion is really difficult. Fusion's the first game where I have not been able to beat all the extreme tracks. Like at any, just get to the end. There's still quite a number of extreme tracks I still have yet to beat. And so Fusion is, in my opinion, the best of the Trials games. Without, not taking Trials of the Blood Dragon into account since I haven't played that one. But Trials Fusion is excellent. It baffles me that Trials Rising, this is the one that came after this, has a higher rating across most rating boards than this one, when it's way better in my opinion, because they chalk that one full of like microtransaction stuff. You don't need it to beat the game, but it's got loot boxes and stuff, and this one does not. I like and the map layout of this one is way better than in Trials Rising. Both good games, but I think Trials Fusion is far superior. But yeah, so these are five of the deals. I think there's, let's see here. How many DLCs are there? I think 5 is the actual number of DLCs for this game. I should pull it up here on my other monitor here. Fusion. There are 7 DLCs. Okay. Why do I only have 5 here? Did I not beat them all? Maybe I beat... Maybe they're farther into the list, or maybe I already beat them. But, yeah, I finished beating the game, and I beat all the DLCs. The story completion, I still have some, like I said, I still have some extreme tracks to beat and stuff. But I have beaten each of the DLCs. There's just other random achievements in each of the DLCs for, like, beating certain extreme tracks and collecting all the items and reaching certain... thresholds that I still have to go back and get. Some of them I know I'll never get. But yeah, so Trials Fusion is freaking great. It's my favorite Trials, and so, I beat all the DLCs. So, hey, I see Amin Ra's in chat saying, "Moo, good evening to you, Amin Ra. Good to see ya." So, I am just getting started talking about my games that I beat for 2025. So, X-Force Under Attack is a shoot-em-up, shmup. And it was a really short one. I think I beat it in like a day. Same with X-Force Genesis, another shmup. That was a very quick one. Oh, you can't see. Oh, there we go. I was like, you can't see my cursor. I did not mean to click on that. Now I have to go all the way back to lists. And go back down to Games Beat 20. There we go. All right. I want to make sure I don't click on anything. But yeah, X-Force Under Attack, X-Force Genesis, a real short, very easy shoot-em-ups. Same with Void Gore, another shoot 'em up that was very quick and easy. I love shoot 'em ups, and there's a number of these that I played that I had bought like a long time ago because I heard that they were short and quick, and I got around to playing them. So, and another thing, not every game that I played this year I counted towards the gaming challenge, because like these games are like super easy and super short. So most of these games, because in September I went on this like spur where I got over 100,000. Let me see how much exactly I got, but I got over 100,000 gamer score in the month of September. So because they're all like super short baby games, as we call them, I didn't count them towards our competition because that felt kind of like cheating. Let's see here. Let's go to September and see how much I got. I had Oh, that's September of 2024. I want September of 2025. There we go. 102,935 gamer score. So that's more than I usually get an entire year, and I got that in 1 month. So these games I didn't count towards a contest. So hey, Ariana Floyd is back. Good evening, Ariana. Good to see you. How are you doing today? I'm doing well. I just got started, and I'm going over all the games that I beat in 2025. So hope you are doing well this evening. But welcome. Good to see you again. So unpacking. This was a Game Pass game, and I don't remember if it... Usually Game Pass games, I only what I call panic play them, which means play them they get announced that they're going to be leaving Game Pass, and so then I play them before they leave Game Pass. I think this one is still on Game Pass. I don't remember for certain, but usually Game Pass games I panic play them. But this was another little short one, and it was like a 3 or 4 hour game, and it's basically like a point and click, and you just go through like different chapters of your life, like when you move out of your house as a kid, and then you move, into, a dorm, and then you move into an apartment, and you move into a house, and then like you move into a different house, and so you just unpack the boxes and you place all the little items in the boxes around your house wherever you want to put them and kind of like decorate. Although there are certain items can only go in certain rooms, like you can't put like your microwave in the office; it has to go in the kitchen. So. But yeah, short little quick game and play it on Game Pass. Same with Turnip Boy Robs a Bank. I did play the first one, Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion, and it's kind of funny because these Turnip Boys, there's a third one. I don't think it's on Xbox yet, but the first one, Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion, I panic played that on Game Pass before it left Game Pass a couple years ago, and that one was like a top-down Zelda clone. Turnip Boy Robs a Bank, though, was like a top-down roguelite twin stick shooter. So you only have you start out and you only have like 60 seconds. You have to get into the bank and get as much money as you can in order to buy better upgrades, so you can get farther into the bank and increase the amount of time that you can stay in the bank before you run out of time. And you just keep doing that over and over again until you beat the game. So that was a fun little, I want to say like 6 to 8 hour game. Tony and Clyde. That was a short, definitely a baby game. It was worth like 5,000 gamer score, and it's like a couple hours long. But it is basically a Hotline Miami clone. And it was fun. It's just kind of a bummer that it's so short, because I actually enjoyed it. And there was an achievement in this game that I wish I had known about ahead of time, because I would have saved it for when I hit 1 million gamer score, because I will likely hit 1 million gamer score before the end of the year. I'm currently at 922,000. So I'll probably hit 1 million before the end of the year. And usually people like to hit 1 million gamer score with a specific achievement. And there was an achievement in this game where the achievement was called The Matrix, and the achievement description was just Neo, or it was the other way around. And I wish I would have known about that ahead of time, because I would have saved that, because that would have been a perfect achievement for me to hit 1 million gamer score with sometime down the line. But alas, I can't remove achievements from my gamer tag, which I wish I could, because there's some games that I wish I could delete. But yeah, Tony and Clyde was a fun little Hotline Miami clone. Time Spinner is a pixel art 2D platforming Metroidvania. I actually went on Nerdporial Lifeform's channel. I actually played this last year because of him, because we were talking about it. He's like, either he was wanting to replay it, or because he hadn't played it yet, and he asked me about it because I'm a big Metroidvania fan. I was like, I have it, and I haven't played it yet. And he's like, hey, why don't you play it, and I'll play it, and then we'll talk about it. So I played it, and he played it, and then we went on his channel and talked about it for a couple hours. The thing that he related it most to is Symphony of the Night, which is probably the most accurate. That's probably a far better game. The gameplay of Time Spinner was not bad. The thing was that the story was god-awful. So if you do end up playing it, just skip all the dialogue, because it's terrible. There's just quests that are like, who wrote this garbage? But the gameplay was pretty good, and I just felt the time mechanics were a bit underutilized. I think they definitely could have made better use of the time mechanics. But a decent middle-of-the-road game. I think I gave it like a 7 out of 10. Probably the best part about the game is the music. The music was really good. So, that used to be on Game Pass, but it left, and, I picked it up when it was on sale for like a couple dollars way back. So, that was Time Spinner. Next one, Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So, this is a funny one. I don't even really know how to describe this game for those who don't know about it. It's probably the most meta commentary game like of all time. You just, wake up as you're Stanley, and you wake up in just a very mundane office building, and there's no one around, and there's a narrator talking to you, and he's kind of like directing you what to do, but you can do you can kind of like do things opposite of what the narrator says. You can kind of like piss him off. And there's a bunch of different endings to the game and different choices you can make. And it's really goofy, funny, meta commentary game. And the thing about it is the reason why I have it marked as shelved is there's one achievement I don't have. And I'm saving that achievement and I'm doing it legitimately. Because there's a way you can cheat it or cheese it. And that's what the developers actually intend. And they mock you for it. But I'm doing it the legit way. And that achievement is for you have to have played the game and then not have played the game for 10 years. So I have a reminder set in my phone for August of 2035. I'll boot this game up in 10 years, and I'll finally get that last achievement. So, dude has rated the stream. Oh, I got a notification from Social Stream that dude rated. That is awesome. I've not seen that before. Either that's new, or something. But dude rated over on Rumble. Thank you for that raid, dude. How was your you were working on more Kingdom Hearts? How did Kingdom Hearts go tonight? So but yeah, so Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I have one achievement left for not playing the game for 10 years. So the way you can cheese it is you can go take your console offline, put the console's clock ahead 10 years, then like reconnect, and it'll like pop the achievement, and then in game it'll actually chastise you for doing it that way. So I'm actually gonna wait till 2035 to get that last achievement. So finished up the Proud playthrough tonight, starting the speedy run tomorrow night. Okay, I don't know what that means since I don't know anything about Kingdom Hearts, but that sounds cool. Hey, Christian Frades is here. What's up, Christian? Good to see you. I made a lot of decompilation projects. Ooh, that sounds cool. I've been hearing a lot of things about some decompilation projects, although I don't know if we're talking about the same thing. Usually when I hear decompilation, I'm talking about, I hear it in reference to like older games that basically get decompiled down to their core so they can get rebuilt on modern hardware. So I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but if it is, that's awesome. Hey, Nightmare's in chat. What's up, Neo? Good evening, Nightmare. Good to see you guys. So we're only just got started a few minutes ago, so we're still early on, so glad you guys are here. So I was just talking about Stanley Parable and doing the legitimate... the achievement is called Super Go Outside, because in the non-Ultra Deluxe version, they had an achievement called Go Outside, and it was for not playing the game for 5 years. And then the Ultra Deluxe version has the achievement called Super Go Outside, and that's for not playing the game for 10 years. And so I will be getting that achievement in 2035. There are 3 challenge chivos in Kingdom Hearts 1, but they can be done on beginner. Okay, I'll be able to finish them in 2 to 3 streams. Awesome. Stanley Parable is great. Yeah, I was just saying, it's a very meta commentary game, and it is quite comical. And it usually goes on sale for super cheap, so I would recommend. And it's pretty short. I think I got all the other achievements in like, I don't know, like 6 hours or so, because it's not terribly long, with the exception of the 10-year achievement. Did you get the broom closet ending? You did ask me that before. I did go in the broom closet, and I waited in there for like 10 minutes, but I watched a video later that it wasn't about Stanley Parable. It just got mentioned, and they mentioned the broom closet ending where it boards it up and you can't go inside. That didn't happen for me, but I did stay in there for like 10 to 20 minutes, and I don't know if it was glitched or whether you have to wait in there longer. I tried to do it just because when you go in there, the narrator keeps like chastising you, so obviously I'm going to keep doing the opposite of whatever he keeps telling me, but eventually he just stopped talking, and I just waited like another 10 minutes and nothing happened, so I continued on. So I don't think I got the full broom closet ending. And now I won't be able to find out till 2035 because I'm not playing it again until then, unless I play it on a different platform. The broom closet ending was your favorite. Okay. Or what I can do is I can look up the broom closet ending on YouTube. So, alright, moving on here. The Rewinder, that was another Panic play I played before it left Game Pass. A very odd point and click that takes place in, like, I don't even know if I want to say feudal Japan, but it's in Japan, and there's it has to do with, like, Shinigami and the the underworld and gods of death, and it was really weird. I wouldn't recommend it. I was following a guide because I wouldn't have been able to figure out what the heck I was supposed to do. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. It was a short game, and it was leaving Game Pass, and I'll pretty much play anything on Game Pass that's under 10 hours, so that's why I played this one. So that was a panic play. The last case of Benedict Fox, I did also panic play this one, but I would have played this one regardless because it is a Metroidvania, and obviously my goal is to play every Metroidvania on Xbox, and so this one was on Game Pass. It has since left Game Pass. I started it before it left Game Pass, but then I just let it sit on my tag for a while, and then it got announced as leaving Game Pass. I'm like, oh, I better get that finished off now. I did have a couple issues with it. I went into depth about it on Achievement Chasers, whatever month it was that I ended up playing it. There was a point where after like an hour or two, because the game doesn't do a good job of just explaining some of the mechanics to you, so I had to kind of figure it out myself. And then I had this light bulb moment. I'm like, oh, okay, I get it now. And there are some things that you can miss in the game if you don't do it correctly. And I was like, I'm not going to risk it because I think I not necessarily screwed it up, because there is a little bit of leeway. But if you do too much and then do something, you can lock yourself out of one of the end game achievements. So I was like, all right, I'll go ahead and start the game over. I think it took me about 2 hours to get there. I started the game over once I made that like mental connection, and I got back to where I was in probably about 45 minutes since I knew what I was doing. And then that's what it is when you defeat enemies, they drop like a currency, but the enemies don't respawn. So if you don't make proper use of your currency, you can get locked out of a certain achievement at the end of the game. So once I discovered exactly how that worked, because the game doesn't tell you that, I started it over and then made sure I did everything right from then on. It was decent. It wasn't great. It's kind of very middle of the road, and that's kind of what most people said. But it's all Lovecraftian. I forget the... I think Benedict Fox is your character's name, but he has like this demon that is manifest kind of like by this like spooky cloud, and he lives in your body, and you talk to each other, and he gives you some supernatural abilities, and you go back and forth between like the real world and like the spirit world, and he helps you traverse the spirit world. So the combat was okay. There was the puzzle mechanics. That's what most people have issues with, is the puzzle mechanics are kind of tricky, and a lot of people say either turn the puzzle difficulty down or you can turn it off entirely. I think I just turned it down, especially since I was kind of on a timeline, but that was kind of most people's biggest issue with the game, is the puzzle mechanics. But it was okay, not bad, but I wouldn't highly recommend it unless you're huge into Metroidvanias. So, oh, I didn't see Christian's comments. All my decompilation projects are about underrated games having unofficial native PC ports for research and educational purposes. Okay, so we are talking the same thing. That's freaking awesome, Christian. That is awesome. So, all right, so next game up here is The Guys. Also a Metroidvania. It was a short one, and I did not like this one very much. It's pretty low on my totem. It's kind of funny that's put it right next to Benedict Fox, because they both have to do with like demons and like this alternate world, and it was just very creepy and eerie, and you're this boy that turns into this weird like demon lizard dog creature, and I just did not like it. But fortunately it was very short. There was only one thing I had trouble with, is one of the boss fights was a real pain in the butt. I definitely don't recommend it, but it was a short game, and like I said, my goal is to play every Metroidvania on Xbox, so that's why I played that one, and I was able to pick it up on sale at some point for very, very, very cheap. Case of the Golden Idol was another panic play. It was on Game Pass, and it was leaving Game Pass, so I hurried up, and I think I did the whole game in about 2 hours. It's very short. The only thing is that there is DLC for the game, so I had to buy the DLC in order to get the completion in the game. Fortunately, the DLC is also very short, and it was only like $1 or $2. But this is one of the many games now where I own DLC, but I no longer have access to the base game, because Game Pass does not give you access to the DLC, it only gives you access to the base game. But it's a point-and-click adventure, a very, very goofy one, and it's basically like a Mad Libs fill in the blank, where you have to like, it's almost like Clue meets Mad Libs, because you have to solve these different cases and then fill in the words in this Mad Lib style, like fill out the sheet with these words, and it was very goofy. Yeah, another one, not a great game, but it was a quick one, and it was on Game Pass, so I went ahead and played that one. Also, sorry about asking for the schedule change. No worries. I know somebody responded, but I haven't looked at the chat yet to see what the response was. The Bounty Huntress. That is another Metroidvania. It's a pixel art, side-scrolling 2D Metroidvania, and you don't even need to get through the whole game to get all the achievements. You only need to get about halfway, and for the most part, it wasn't bad. The last achievement was a pain in the butt. I don't remember why, but that was the only achievement that I had difficulty with. I think it was because there was quite a... To traverse back to where the final boss, not the final boss of the game, but the final boss that had an achievement tied to it, the boss itself was pretty difficult, and the route you have to take to get to it is kind of a pain in the butt. So by the time you even get to the boss, you're low on health, and then you have to beat the boss. Made that fight kind of difficult, and then you had to make it back to the save point, and all the enemies respawn. So getting there, beating the boss, and getting back without dying was a real pain in the butt. But that was the only thing that was really difficult about that. It was a pretty short one. I want to say it was probably like a 4 to 5 hour completion. So I wouldn't recommend it though. But it goes on sale, for very cheap, which is another reason why I picked it up. Well, 2 reasons: because I'm trying to play out, like I said, every Metroidvania on Xbox, and I'm super frugal and patient, so I wait till games go on sale. So a lot of these games I picked up either years ago, because I keep an eye on them for when they go on sale, and they go on sale for super cheap, and I'll pick them up for a couple bucks. It was just, that was you responding, just you explaining the request. Okay, I didn't see what you said, but I'll see that after the stream's over. So, all right. So, Tales of Kinzera Zao is next up. This one got a lot of heat because of their connection with Sweet Baby Inc. I don't know why they needed to be tied to Sweet Baby Inc. because the guy who made the game is from Africa, and why would you need to consult someone when you're the expert on the subject matter? Either way, I think it got overly hated, and it was a pretty good game. I really enjoyed it. It's a pretty game. It's not very long. I think it takes I think it was like a 15-hour game, so it was not too short, but not too long. The combat was pretty good. Shut up, Siri. No one's talking to you. I hate it when she does that. But the combat was good. Not amazing, but it was good. And yeah, so I really enjoyed it. I gave it, as you can see, an 8 out of 10. I would recommend it. It was fun. And it goes on sale for cheap. I think it's on Game Pass Ultimate because it's part of EA Play. But yeah, I enjoyed it. And for a Metroidvania enthusiast, I would recommend it. It was fun. I liked it. So next up is Super Rebellion. This is another shoot 'em up, top down, another very short, quick one. Although there are, as you see, I have it marked as beaten, not mastered, because there is one achievement that you just have to, you can get all but one achievement in an hour, and then that last achievement takes 4 hours to get. So I was like, I'll come back and do that later, because the day I did this one, along with all those other shoot 'em ups, I was trying to get as much gamer score in one day as possible, and I think I was shooting for 100,000 just in one day. That didn't happen, but I did get 100,000 in September. But the one day, I think I got about 33,000 gamer score that one day. So I was trying to burn through as many games as possible in the shortest period of time. But yeah, it's some of these shoot 'em ups are actually pretty good. They're just very short because they're only 4 or 5 levels. And once you level up to max, it's pretty easy to burn through all the levels and get all the achievements. So, Soko Bunny here is a 3D not platformer, a 3D puzzle game. Very low effort, but it's actually a surprisingly decent puzzle game. There were 2 of these, Soko Bunny and Bunny Parking, made by the same team, and they both have the same very low effort character models. But this one is a box moving puzzle, and I love puzzle games, and I love box moving puzzles where you gotta do them in the correct order and move one box so that you can make room for this other box. And so I enjoyed the puzzle aspects of it. Not a good game, but again, it goes on sale for super cheap, so I probably picked it up for a couple bucks. And another benefit is it's 4,000 or 5,000 gamer score for a couple of hours. So that's Soko Bunny. Next one up here is Slayers X Terminal Aftermath Vengeance of the Slayer. Talk about a convoluted game title. I know nothing about this game. I don't even know what genre it is. It was on Game Pass, and it was leaving Game Pass, and someone said, oh, you can just do console commands and it'll immediately unlock all the achievements. So I jumped into the console commands, got all the achievements, and then uninstalled it. So I have no idea anything about this game whatsoever, but it has since left Game Pass. but I do have all the achievements. I heard it's a first-person shooter. I think a boomer shooter, but I don't know. I never even got past the start screen. So next up, we got Return to Grace. This was also another Panic play. I played it before it left Game Pass. I quite enjoyed this game. This was a walking simulator, a sci-fi walking simulator, where it takes place in like, I don't know, like the year like 3800. So it's like 1500 years in the future or something like that. And it takes place on not on Saturn, but like one of the moons of Saturn or one of the moons of Jupiter. Because there's this, it kind of follows a similar plot line to Matrix, where humanity gives birth to AI, except in this universe, the AI is benevolent and helps make humanity better. And there's like this golden age, almost like Destiny, where there's this golden age of technology and expansion across the cosmos. But then all of a sudden, for some reason, the AI like stops. And basically at this point, like people can't really like think for themselves. Essentially, they need the AI to basically tell them what to do, and no one knows how to build or do anything on their own. It's the AI that knows everything, but the AI has basically like shut down and gone quiet. So everyone on their planets and stuff are all separated from each other, and they don't really know how to do anything. And so another couple hundred years past that, some people have learned some of the basics again. They get the spaceship working again. They're able to learn about the AI from their historical records, and you're on this mission sent to this moon to find out what happened to the AI. And so it's just a walking simulator, and go through the story of finding out what happened to the AI and getting it booted back up and running, and restore humanity to its former glory, and find out what happened at the base where the AI is, where the AI lives, and find out what happened to the people there. So I rather enjoyed it. So next one, Red Raptor and Red Death, another couple of shoot 'em ups that I played very, very quickly. Got all the achievements in probably like an hour. So all these shoot 'em ups, I could not tell you which one was which, because I did them all like back to back and very quickly. So there's a couple of them that I didn't like, but there was a couple of them I actually rather enjoyed. I just don't know which ones they were, so I'd have to go back and boot them up to figure out which ones were the ones that I liked. But I love shoot 'em ups, so I should say some that I liked more than others rather than didn't like, because I did enjoy them all from some amount, but there were others that I did like more than some of the others. But so Puzzle Car. This is actually a quite interesting little puzzle game, and you have a little truck as your starting square, and you have an end square, and you have to place the tiles of the road in the correct way so that you can get through the maze essentially and get your truck to the end. And then you have to stop for stoplights and make sure you don't hit pedestrians, and there's objects that go across the road, so you have to make sure that it routes around them. There's tunnels, and you have to go through the tunnels, and there's little item pickups on each level, and you have to make sure you go through all of them before you reach the end, otherwise you don't actually beat the level. It was actually a rather good puzzle game, and I enjoyed it, and it was not terribly long. I think it has like 60 levels, but some of the levels are like the earlier levels are very short, so you can beat them in a couple of seconds. But they get much more complex as you go. So I really enjoyed Puzzle Car. Planet of Lana. This is another. It was going to be a Panic play because it was on Game Pass, and it was announced that it was leaving Game Pass, and it said it's like a 6 to 8 hour completion. I was like, yeah, you know what? Sure, I'll go ahead and play it. And it's a rather pretty 2D puzzle platformer, which that's right up my alley, because I love, I like platformers, but I love puzzle platformers. So, and it's quite pretty as well. And so I went ahead and beat it, and then after I beat it, it was announced that they're like, oh, we screwed up. It's not leaving Game Pass. So as far as I know, this game is still on Game Pass. And they actually announced the sequel to it is coming out. I don't know if it's this year, but they did announce the sequel, Planet of Lana 2. So I will absolutely be playing that at some point, probably when it comes out. But the story of the game is kind of like in Horizon Zero Dawn, where you're kind of like these... there is this advanced technology, but you are like... what's the word I'm looking for? Not primordial, but you live in like huts and stuff. So like technology exists, but it's either there from like an ancient civilization that all their information was lost, so no one knows how to use it or something. But and then these robot aliens show up, and most of the game is you're escaping them and figuring out how to get around them. So I quite enjoyed Planet of Lana. Next game up, we got Paper Ghost Story 7 p.m. This was a little visual novel where you play as like 2D paper cutout characters. Basically, the whole game was like made out of like origami, and there was it was very short. It only takes like an hour to beat it, and there's like 2 endings, so you got to run through it twice and make some slightly different choices. I think I picked it up on sale for like $1, which is why I played it. So I wouldn't recommend it, but it wasn't bad. Open Roads. This was another one that I panic played before it left Game Pass. It was kind of like a point-and-click adventure. It was a little bit more than a Telltale game. The closest thing it reminded me of was like a Life is Strange game, but without like the supernatural stuff. Basically, it's you and your mom get like a letter, and you try to go find out like what happened to your dad slash ex-husband of the mom, and you kind of go on this road trip to, oh wait, that's what it is. The grandma died, and you are you play the granddaughter, and you find something in your grandma's attic that leads you kind of like down this road that maybe some things that you thought happened between family members weren't exactly everything that you thought they were, and so you kind of go on this little road trip quest to kind of find out the truth and find out exactly what happened between grandma and grandpa and why he disappeared from your life. And so it was a short one. It was probably like about 4-hour game, and so I played that on Game Pass before it left, and it was not bad. Null Drifter was another shoot 'em up, top down, very short. Beat it in probably less than an hour. Like most of the rest of them, I couldn't tell you one from the other. Next one up, Peppa Pig World Adventures. That came to Game Pass, and like I said, I'll pretty much play anything on Game Pass that's under 10 hours. It was like a 2-hour game, so I burned through Peppa Pig real quick. It's very straightforward. Monster Sanctuary. Peppa Pig is basically just a short little adventure game, and you go to all these different, you go to like 4 or 5 stops around the world, and you have to take a picture with your friends and learn about the different areas. So Monster Sanctuary, this is the second time I've played it. I played the Xbox version a number of years ago. I want to say I did it in like 2020 or 2021. This time I played the Windows version, so now I have 100% completed both versions of this game. They are both on Game Pass still, and the reason why I bumped this one up is because I didn't panic play it, but it's a longer game. It's like a 40 to 50 hour game, closer to 60 hours if you haven't played it before. And so if they had been announced as leaving Game Pass, 2 weeks would have been cutting it close. So I was like, you know what, let's go ahead and get this knocked out so that when it does leave Game Pass, I'm not rushing to beat it. It is still on Game Pass to this day, which is surprising because this is one of the longest games in Game Pass. This game has been in Game Pass for like 4 or 5 years, which I think is longer than any other game. Probably the other longest game in Game Pass, my guess would be Deep Rock Galactic, which I did also buy, even though it is on Game Pass, because like I want to play it because I've heard good things about it, but I don't want to be in a rush because that's like a 300 to 500 hour game to get the completion. So I bought that one when it was on sale for super cheap, but I have not really played it much other than getting the first achievement. But Monster Sanctuary is a 2D pixel art Metroidvania platforming Pokemon creature battler game. So you collect, it's like I said, it's 2D platforming, and you battle your creatures. Unlike Pokemon, where it's typically one at a time, you have a team of 3, and it's all 3 of your creatures versus 3 other creatures. But you do take turns where all 3 of your creatures get to attack, and then all 3 of their creatures get to attack, and it goes back and forth until all 3 creatures on one team are wiped out. And so you get to, there's a lot of complexity to it. And because I don't want to figure out what's best, because turn-based games are not my, not really up my alley. When I first played it, I went and looked up like some people probably on like Reddit and stuff, like, hey, what are the best teams in this game? Look through them, and I kind of base my team off of that. And you can, each creature you can light shift and dark shift to give it different sets of abilities, so they synchronize with your other creatures in your squad. And so, fortunately, because I had a lot of foreknowledge going into this one, I did this one a lot faster. However, for some reason, I've had this issue with a couple of Windows games. Even though I stopped playing the game, for some reason, it still counts it as the time is running. So when I got my year-end review, it said this was my most played game this year with like 160 hours when I did it in like 40 hours. I don't know where the extra 120 hours came from. But no, my most played game on Xbox in 2025 was Tony Hawk 3+4. I played that one, a lot. I played it almost every day for at least a few minutes, and I'm still playing it because there's still so much to do. But given that I knew what I was doing going into it this time, I played it the exact same way I did the first time with the exact same team, and I was able to burn through it much quicker. But if you like turn-based RPGs and Metroidvanias, I would recommend it. I probably wouldn't play it a third time. If it had another stack on Xbox, I would probably play it again. But if you were like, hey, would you play this again on another platform? Probably not. But it's for a turn-based game, I rather enjoyed it, and I did not enjoy my time with it, if that makes sense. But oh yeah, as you capture each creature, you can have one creature kind of by your side at all times, kind of like Pikachu in, I think it's Pokemon Yellow, where he actually follows you around, not just in the Pokeball where you can't see him. He actually follows you around. So you have any one of your creatures that you've captured, you can have follow you around like by your side, and each one has a different ability. Although some creatures have, like, you'll have like 3 or 4 creatures that are all like grass type, and they all have the same ability, so you can pick any one of them, and they'll allow, because of Metroidvania, you need some of those abilities to traverse to other parts of the map. So sometimes there's like a rock that is breakable, and you need a creature that has like a rock smash ability, or you have maybe the gap is too wide, and in order to get across the gap, you need to have a creature that can fly or glide, so you can stay in the air long enough to get to the other side of the gap. So you have to find these creatures and then use their abilities to traverse the map to areas that you couldn't reach before. So that's how the Metroidvania element comes in. So yeah, dude says free points. Exactly, it's free points, because I think he said that when I was talking about Peppa Pig. Hey, Jeff is here from Sons and Shadows. Good evening, Jeff. Who just for party chat, I had someone lined up, and he had to bail on me. Either messaged me last night or earlier today saying, hey, my computer exploded, I'm not going to be able to make it. So I reached out to Jeff. I'm like, hey, we're both big Stargate fans, and I'm a big gamer, but I haven't really talked to you much about gaming. So are you a gamer? He's like, absolutely. So I was like, hey, would you want to come on Party Chat on Tuesday? So Jeff is going to be joining us as our guest host for Party Chat on Tuesday. I'm looking forward to talking to you about video games for once, rather than Stargate. So good evening, Jeff. All right, Jassant, or Jassant, as I hear the French pronounce it, but no one cares what they think. This was actually by Don't Nod, speak of, although it didn't play like any of the other Don't Nod games, which Don't Nod is the team that did Life is Strange, for those who don't know. And this is a climbing game with no dialogue from the main character. He's a silent protagonist, but you do find there's a bunch of different collectibles. There's like 3 or 4 different types of collectibles, and they're all missable because you can't go back. So I absolutely followed a collectible guide when playing this to make sure I didn't have to play through the whole game again to get one collectible that I missed. But yeah, it's a climbing game where you have to get to the top of that giant pillar you see. I don't know why or what the goal of it was, but I enjoyed it. It's pretty short. I think it was about a 6-hour game. And I panic played it because it was leaving Game Pass, so I knocked that one out before it left Game Pass, and I liked it. And I think this is kind of the first game in the like climbing genre, because there's a bunch of other climbing games that have come out since. There's like Chain Together, although that's Friend Slop, but there's a couple others like Peak. I know, also a climbing Friend Slop game, and then another one that I heard just recently. I don't know if it's out yet, but there's Cairn, Cairn. So there's a bunch of these climbing games that have kind of come out very recently or are on their way out, and I think this was kind of the first one. So it was a short game. It was enjoyable. I wouldn't recommend playing it without a collectible guide if you are going for 100%. So, Maquette, I believe this was actually the very first game in 2025 that I beat. And this was also a panic play. I left it before it left Game Pass. And this was a really interesting puzzle game. It's rather short. I think it's like 4 to 5 hours. But it's like this... what's the term? There's another similar puzzle game that is on Game Pass that I haven't played yet, but I'm going to, called Superliminal. And it has to do with, like, manipulating object sizes and shapes all through, like, perspective stuff. So that one's really trippy. And this one's kind of like that, where you have to, like, pick something up and you pull it closer. And not only does it actually, like, get bigger on your screen because it's closer to you, if you let go of it, it actually got bigger. And so there are some items that you have to, like, either make really, really big to, like, you drop it on, like, a gap to create a bridge, or you need to shrink it down really, really small so it can fit into really tiny places. So it had really interesting mechanics. They definitely could have utilized it a lot more. There was a lot more they could have done with it, but it's almost like a proof of concept, kind of like Portal 1, where Portal 2, they took what Portal 1 did and just really amped it up to 11 and made it built off of the concepts. They could make a Maquette 2 and really build off these mechanics. I really doubt that's going to happen, but they could have built off of it and made a even better puzzle game. But for what it was enjoyable, and I liked playing it, and I love these, like, first-person sort of physics puzzler, first-person puzzle games. I love those sort of things. So, Little Kitty, Big City. This game is adorable. It's bright and colorful, and you play as this adorable little cat, and you can unlock a bunch of different hats and stuff for it. And this was also one where I was... it got announced as leaving Game Pass, so I was like, oh, you know what? I'll go ahead and panic play that before it leaves Game Pass, because it's like a 5-hour game, rather short. And then it got announced after, like, I beat it. I got all the achievements, and like the day after I beat it, they're like, oh, never mind, we screwed up, it's not leaving Game Pass. So as far as I know, this game still is on Game Pass. It's very cute. If you want a cutesy game with a cat, and it's very laid back, and it's got some really quirky characters. There's a Tanuki that is like this scientist that comes up with these inventions that he's worried about breaking the space-time continuum. It was a very cute game, and it's a very cozy game, so I would recommend it if you like cats and cute, cozy games. So, but yeah, rather short, and I believe it's still on Game Pass. Little Droid, this is also a Metroidvania I picked up because it is a Metroidvania, and for no other reason. I picked it up when it was on sale for very cheap. I was playing this game for like an hour because it said that this is like was 0 to 1 hour game, and I was playing for like an hour and I couldn't even get past the first boss because the mechanics of this game are so freaking bad. You can only shoot forward, backwards, and straight up. You can't shoot at an angle, and like the first boss does like this figure 8 above you, and it's like almost impossible to hit him. And it took forever just to beat the first boss. There's like no items that restore your health, and you're so unbelievably slow. This game is terrible. But after like an hour, I'm like, I don't even have the first achievement. How is this a 0 to 1 hour game? And I looked at the forums, and they're like, oh, there's an exploit you can do that just instantly unlocks all the achievements. I'm like, oh, well, that makes it a lot easier. So, and you can, I don't remember how to do it, but it's very simple. You just load up the game and do one very simple thing. You could almost do it by accident. I don't remember what it was, though. And then it just unlocks all the achievements. So I was like, all right, well, awesome. I unlocked all the achievements for that game and uninstalled it. And I will never, ever play it again because that game is terrible. Do not ever play Little Droid. Awful, awful game. Unless you just want the achievements very quickly. I know it works on Xbox. I don't know if it works on other platforms. Hey, Lord Slash is here. What's up, Slash? Good evening to you, sir. I'm just going over all the games that I played in 2025. So, Little Gator Game is up next. This is another one that I panic played. It was leaving Game Pass, and it was like a 4-hour game, so I knocked it out before it left Game Pass. Very similar to Little Kitty, Big City. Very cute, colorful art style. You play as this little alligator and all of his animal friends that your big sister has come back from college for a break, and you're kind of wanting to relive the glory days with you and your friends where you would play like real life Dungeons and Dragons. And so, but it's like she wants to play with you, but she has to study for her like midterms or finals or something so that she can, do good in school. So she's distracted, and so you and all your friends try to set. You're on this little island. It's very. I haven't played it yet, but it's very similar in art style and tone to A Short Hike, which is one that I have on the backlog. I haven't gotten to it yet. Hey, Flame Mage is here as well. Good evening, Flame Mage. Hope you are doing well tonight. But you and all your friends are on this little island, and you kind of like set up. You go and build. You turn like this playground into like this castle. And so you and all your friends around the island set up these different like scenarios to try to create like a Dungeons and Dragons, like real life Dungeons and Dragons, to relive the glory days of when you and all your friends used to hang out and have a lot of fun doing Dungeons and Dragons type stuff, and to try to get your sister to join in and get her mind off of her homework. But very cutesy game. Left Game Pass, so it's not available anymore. But knocked it out before it left Game Pass. And it was a very cute, quick game. So, all right. So Layers of Fear here. The Inheritance is the DLC. Layers of Fear is the base game. This game is another one of those games that does one of those things I absolutely despise. And it has nothing to do with the gameplay itself. There's another game in this franchise that came out like a year or two ago, also called Layers of Fear. Stop calling other games in the same franchise by the exact same name. Give it a different name. Like Layers of Fear, I don't know, 2 or 3, or give it some subtitle like Inheritance. So there is now a Layers of Fear, I think this one was 2019, and then there's also a Layers of Fear like 2023. Stop giving them the exact same name. I hate that with a passion. So that has nothing to do with the game itself, but there is a newer Layers of Fear, and that is a different game than this one. I haven't played it, and I have no plans to play it. But I picked this one up a number of years ago when it was on sale for like a couple of dollars, and I'm not as... this is a walking simulator, like, not a survival horror, but it's a very spooky game. I wouldn't say it's scary, but it's spooky and eerie. Which is why I was like, yeah, I think on the genre, it actually doesn't even have it listed as horror. I think it has it listed as adventure, which I've had a few games that are very, very creepy just be listed as adventure. And that's kind of like as far as I'll go for scary games. Like one of the other ones was The Medium. I also panic played that before it left Game Pass, but I don't think that was last year. I think that was in 2024. But yeah, that one's not listed as a horror game, but it's very creepy. But yeah, I don't do like horror games, so... Yeah, this one has like 3 or 4 different outcomes, and you need to get them all in order to get all the achievements. So I had to play through it like 3 times and make sure that I did the right things throughout the game. Fortunately, if you were to just burn through the game, it's pretty quick. You can probably do it in about 30 to 45 minutes. But yeah, you're going through this like really weird house, and it's very dark, and like doors are slamming, and these weird creatures are like stalking you. So it's a very eerie game, but it's not too scary. And if you just follow a guide, it's pretty simple. It was just annoying that there was one achievement that... The last achievement in the base game, I missed by like making one slight wrong choice. And so I had to play through the whole game again just for that one achievement. But like I said, it's not terribly long. So Layers of Fear, I wouldn't recommend it even if you are a horror fan. Because it's, if you want a scary game, there's... actual scary games out there. This one barely made me jump. It just kind of made me like, oh, this is eerie and kind of creepy, and but not scary at all. Barely scary, I would say. Kalinar is another 2D Metroidvania, very short, and I literally remember almost nothing about this game because it was, like I said, it was very short. Got all the achievements, and I will never play it again. It was not great. I would have to pull up some video of it because I literally don't even remember which game this was. That's how unmemorable it was. Dude says play Doom 3. I will play Doom 3, and I will be playing it soon because I still need to finish Doom 1. I just have zero desire to keep doing it because that last act, even on normal difficulty, is so freaking hard. But I'm doing Doom 1, and then Doom 2, and then Doom 64, then Doom 3, and then the modern ones because I want to get up to Doom Dark Ages, which I still haven't played, and I want to play that one. So I will be doing Doom 3 probably quite soon. But yeah, Kalnor, very unmemorable. Don't remember it, and I definitely would not recommend it because I don't remember it. Herdling, this one I went into a good amount of detail on Achievement Chasers with Dude pretty recently, because I think I played this in October, just a couple months ago. This one actually just joined Game Pass recently, so it was not a panic play. I'm sure it will leave Game Pass probably at the end of its after a year. And it's just a cute game where you're this little boy and you discover these like yak-like creatures. They're called calicorns, and you have to save them. Some of them are like trapped by, you have to solve a little puzzle, get them untrapped, or one of them's caught in like a thorn bush. You gotta save them, and you have to keep them all alive and get through the 5 or 6 levels and get them to the end of the game and keep them all alive in order to get all the achievements. And it's a very bright, colorful game, except for the first level, which takes place in the middle of the city, and the later levels are in the middle of meadows and fields and the mountains and stuff, and you have to solve some puzzles here and there and find a couple of collectibles. There was one collectible that I missed about midway through the game, and even though I could see it, there was an invisible wall after I passed a point, so I had to go and start the game over and play through the first half of the game again just to get that one collectible, which was really dumb. Even though I could see it, it arbitrarily put an invisible wall after I passed a certain point, and so I couldn't go back and get it, which was really, really dumb. So that added like another hour or two to the game. But yeah, you're just herdling. You're herding these calicorns to the end of the game, and it's another cutesy, cozy game. So, Slosh says, I had to go back to 3. I'm assuming you're talking about Doom 3 a few times because I was just bored, but it picked up once I stuck to it. Yeah, I've started it like twice, and I played it for like an hour each, and I'm just like, maybe a little bit longer. I think I've beaten the first couple chapters because I've heard it's not very long, but when I was looking at the walkthrough, it has like 18 chapters. But I think they're not all that long. But yeah, given that it's very different from the other Doom games, and I don't like spooky, scary stuff, I'm not looking forward to playing it. But out of the amount that I have played, I'm like, it's kind of like Layers of Fear. It's eerie, but it's not scary. So I won't have a problem playing it. Like, I won't be like scared. But it's just so different from the other Doom games. I'm not really looking forward to playing it that much. So, ouch, hate when you have to restart to get a collectible. Yeah, especially when it arbitrarily just put an invisible wall behind me, and I could see the collectible. I just couldn't go back to it because of the stupid invisible wall. So, that was really dumb. But, yeah, it's cutesy, cozy game. So, if it's pretty short. I think it took, even with that backtrack, I think it took me maybe like 7 hours to beat. Yeah, if you're looking for a cozy game that's pretty short, it's on Game Pass. So eerie, yeah, that describes it for sure. Exactly, yeah. So Grounded, I started this last year, and by last year I mean 2024, and I put probably about 40 hours into it. And my main issue with it is it doesn't do a good job of leading you where you need to go to progress the story. So it kind of put it on the back burner. And I was going to come back to it. And because I've mentioned it a bunch of times, but I was in the middle of recovering my dive, where my last bean dive I did in 2019, where I got one achievement in all these games and just tanked my completion percentage from like 91% down to like 60%. And since 2019, I've been trying to not start any games in order to get my completion percentage back up to where it was. And so I was in a hurry to do that, because I had another dive ready to go with like 400 more games. I needed to get that done before I went on my vacation back in June, because I needed a lot of those games in order to keep my achievement streak alive while I was on vacation. And so I was in a very tight time frame. So I went ahead and I was planning on doing the entire game of Grounded legit, but just because of the time constraints, I still had probably like 60 achievements left in the game, and there is a way that you can hop into someone else's world, and then all the achievements will unlock. And so I wasn't planning on doing that unless I really needed to, if it got down to the wire. And because of the time limit that I was on, I went ahead and did that and got the rest of the achievements that I was missing, and got the completion in like 30 minutes or something for all the achievements that I didn't have yet. So I do really like the game because it has a lot of the mechanics that I really love about Subnautica with the building and stuff. It is a fun game, and you can play it entirely in like up to 4-player co-op, I believe. I've never played it in co-op other than to get those achievements, but I did have to kind of cheat, and in order to get my dive completed in time so I could start all my new games before I left on my vacation. So unfortunately, I did have to cheat a little bit in order to get the rest of those achievements, which is a bummer. Because now I have no incentive to go back and play the rest of the game legit. But Grounded 2 is in early access. It has no achievements yet, but when it comes out of early access and has achievements, I will go ahead and play it. And hopefully it doesn't have a way to cheese the achievements like this one did. That way I'll have to play the whole game legit. So that was Grounded. Next up is Gris. This is another game I panic played because it was leaving Game Pass. It is a very artsy platforming game with some very light puzzle mechanics. It was okay. It was pretty, but there was no dialogue in the game. There was no explanation of why anything was happening. So you're just like going through the game because there was, as far as I can tell, there was no storytelling to the game whatsoever. Just stuff is happening. And it was rather boring, but it looked nice. It was very, like I said, very artsy and very colorful, but I found it to be quite boring. I would not recommend it. But again, it was quite short. I think it was like a 6-hour game, so it wasn't much of an investment in time. So, Flasco Man. This was another game that I played to get as much gamer score as possible in the shortest period of time, because this game is like a sub 1 hour game and it's worth like 4,000 gamer score, and it's a puzzle platformer, and it actually had despite being a very low effort, like some of the other puzzle platformers I mentioned earlier, like although that wasn't a puzzle platform, but I mentioned Soko Bunny early. Very low effort puzzle game, but it had some decent puzzle mechanics. Same with this one. The puzzle mechanics were actually pretty good, and for the puzzle aspects, it was pretty good. The pixel art's very low effort. The movement mechanics are not great, but the puzzle mechanics were actually pretty good. And my hour that I played the game, I enjoyed the puzzle mechanics. So if you're looking for a quick boost in gamer score, you can't go wrong, because it's like at 1 hour and you get like 4,000 gamer score. And it's a pretty decent puzzle game, and I think full price is only like $5, and I'm sure I bought it when it was on sale for probably like $2. Next up, Escape Academy. This was it was either this one or what was the one I mentioned a minute ago? Maquette. I'm not sure which one of those. One of these was the very first game I beat in 2025, because I both beat these like right at the beginning of January of last year. This was another one that I panic played before it left Game Pass. And this is there's a title update, which is basically like a free DLC. The title update was terrible because the entire title update was all for basically like a versus mode versus other players. It's super grindy. You just got to keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. But the stuff changes every time. So it was really annoying because you had to learn the solutions to all these puzzles and then just do all the puzzles over and over again, just against the second controller that's just sitting there. I mean, you could do it against another person, but then it's going to take longer because you have to win in order to get the achievement. So the title update DLC was not good, but the base game was pretty good. It was basically an escape room, the game, and so you have to figure out all these puzzles to get out of these different rooms, and I quite enjoyed the base game. Just the DLC that was basically made it a multiplayer game. Interesting concept, but there's no reason to play it against other people and just make it take longer when you can just do it against a second controller and get through it quicker. And you still have to do like each of the like 5 levels like 20 times each to get all the achievements, which was really annoying. But yeah, Escape Academy, the base game, the escape room puzzle mechanics, I quite enjoyed. And like I said, I panic played it before it left Game Pass, so it is no longer available on Game Pass. Duke Nukem World Tour 3D. This is the very first Duke Nukem game I've ever played. As you'd expect, it looks and plays like an older Doom game, because that's really the only thing I have to compare it with for the most part. And this was also a rather short one. The completion's like 3 to 4 hours, but that's because it has not console commands, but there are in-game cheats that you can use to make the achievements easier, because there's a bunch of levels that have achievements specifically for them, for like beating. There's like kind of like Doom, where you have like 3 or 4 chapters, and each chapter has like 10 levels in it. There was a bunch of achievements for doing certain things in certain levels, so you can just skip to the level you need to and complete the requirements to get the achievement for that level. Or like every chapter had an achievement for beating the last level in the game, so you just use the level skip to jump to the last level in each chapter and beat it, get that achievement. So I did not play through it in its entirety, but I did get all the achievements. So that's why it was a much shorter game than you would probably expect it to be. But it was fun for what it was. Even though I jumped around the game, I enjoyed my time, my couple hours with it. Next up, we got Dordogne, or I think it's pronounced Dordogne. It's French, again, like Gisant. I don't know how to pronounce it, and who really cares. This was another game where I panic played it before it left Game Pass, and it is basically, essentially a point-and-click adventure. You're this little girl, and I think there's issues at home between your parents, so you go spend the summer with your grandma, and you find out, I think you like read her diary, and there's like these like flashback levels where you're finding out kind of like history of what happened between your grandma and either your dad or your mom, and something that caused friction between you and what kind of caused your family to splinter. Another one, it was very short. It only took a couple hours. The worst thing about it is there's an achievement for using the bathroom on each day, and I think there's like 5 or 6 days, and it's missable because you can't go back if you miss one. You have to do the whole game again. So it's kind of weird that there's an achievement just for going to the bathroom each day, and you're this little, like, I don't know, like 10-year-old girl or something. It's kind of weird. But overall, the game was okay. I didn't mind it. Yeah, it has a very colorful, like, water paint art style. So, all right, next up, we got the entire Dishonored franchise. I played all of these very early in the year. I played Dishonored 1 on 360, which I bought on the 360 version. Obviously been delisted because the 360 store is no longer available because it shut down last summer. But you can get Dishonored, the 360 version, on a physical copy, but I bought it when it was on sale, probably like, I don't know, like 10 years ago when it was on sale for super cheap. I bought the digital version. And then I never actually got around to playing it until 2025, which is a bummer because they have since released the definitive edition, and it's on Game Pass and on Xbox One with some quality of life improvements. So I would have rather played that one. I did buy that one anyways, and I have dived it, so I will be playing it again. But that was in the dive that I did in the summers. And like I said, I played this back at the beginning of the year. So I played through the base game. I got all the achievements in the base game. And it has 3 DLCs. And 2 of them are story-based. And the first story-based achievement, I got all the achievements. Sorry, the first story-based DLC, I got all the achievements. The second story-based DLC, I got all achievements except for 1. I need to go back and replay that DLC again in order to get that last achievement. The third DLC is like a trial mode where I haven't even played it, so I don't really know what it is, but it's just like these different trials. You have to like assassinate enemies like without being detected and under a certain amount of time. And there's a bunch of different challenges that it requires you to complete throughout the course of each challenge in order to get a better score and be able to get a higher rank. I've not even touched that DLC yet, so I need to go back and do that at some point. I do plan to get the 100% in this game someday. I just don't know when that's going to be. But yeah, the story DLCs and the base game, I basically completed them twice over because I talked about this briefly on Top 5 the other night because I put Dishonored 2 in my honorable mentions for favorite games that I played in 2025. Dishonored 1 and 2 both have this. Oh, actually, and technically Dishonored 3, but it's actually not listed. Oh, it is right there. Dishonored Death of the Outsider is essentially Dishonored 3, but it started off, I think it started as a DLC, and then they just decided to spin it off as its own game because it's like longer than a DLC, but shorter than a standalone game. But all 3 of these games fall under this category where the achievements ruin the enjoyment of the game because in order to get all the achievements, you have to play through it twice, where one, you have to go through and basically not get detected and not kill anyone and not upgrade any of your abilities. And then the second playthrough is, and there's high and low chaos, which is low chaos is like sneaking around, not killing anyone, and high chaos is, basically killing everyone, and it changes the outcome of the game. And there's achievements for beating the game without being detected, and for not upgrading any of your abilities, which ruin a lot of the enjoyment of the game. So the walkthroughs they all say do your first playthrough without getting detected and not killing anyone and not upgrading any of your equipment. I'm like, no, that is a terrible advice. So if you do play through these games, the way I recommend playing through them, if you care about achievements. If you don't care about achievements, then disregard everything I'm about to say. You'll probably have a better time for it anyways. But if you care about achievements and are a completionist like I am, the best way to play all three of these games is play through the first time sneakily without getting detected and without killing anyone, but don't not upgrade your equipment. Go ahead and upgrade your equipment, because it's going to make sneaking around and not getting detected 100 times easier. Then go through a second time in high chaos, killing everyone. You don't have to worry about not getting detected, but just don't upgrade any of your equipment. Or you can upgrade your equipment, like your gear, but you can't upgrade any of your powers. And that's how I recommend it. And then you can still run through the game, and it's way faster. Like, the sneaking around playthrough probably took like 75 to 80% of my entire time playing the game. And then the second playthrough, where I was just running through, killing everyone, not having to be sneaky, just not upgrading any of my abilities, took like 20% of the time. So, because every time you get detected, you have to reload your last save. So, fortunately, it does have save anywhere. It's just the biggest issue is that there is no quick save and quick load. They added that into Dishonored 2, and Death of the Outsider has it, but the first one does not. At least the 360 version does not. And so the biggest problem with the game was the load times. I spent so much time in the load screens on this game, waiting to reload my last checkpoint every time I got detected. So that's the way I recommend playing, is do the second playthrough, high chaos, don't upgrade your abilities, and just go through and kill everyone. You don't have to worry about not getting detected. That playthrough is very, very short. And that applies to all three of them. So, but yeah, Dishonored 1, basically the gameplay of all of them is very similar. You're an assassin, and I'm not going to get into the story of it, but they got pretty good stories. The first one, you get framed, and so you get outcast, and you have to basically prove your innocence. But you're an assassin, and you get these cool abilities that allow you to like teleport and see through walls, and summon swarms of rats to go devour enemies, and like take control of rats, and possess people, make them go crazy. It's got all sorts of cool special powers, which change from game to game. And you also have a bunch of equipment, like a pistol or a crossbow, and you have different types of darts and stuff that can either kill enemies or put them to sleep. You got your sword, so the gameplay is pretty good. I reckon it's a lot of it's pretty fun, especially if you like sneaking around and stealth. It's a very stealthy game, and it feels kind of like a cross between like BioShock and like Half-Life 2 is kind of like where I put it. In the like kind of the art style and kind of the feel of the game. But all three of them are rather good. Nightmare and I have talked about it because he loves Dishonored 1, but specifically he loves Dishonored 2, and Dishonored 2 is easily the best of all three of them. I think Dishonored Death of the Outsider is worth playing. It was fun. Not as good as 2, but I would recommend it. Fortunately, Dishonored 2 and Death of the Outsider don't have any DLC. There's only the base game, so it made those completions much less convoluted. Dishonored 2 has some of the most interesting levels in like any game ever. Has some very unique levels. Like one of the missions, you have to hunt down Jindosh, I think his name is, and you have to make your way through his mansion. And this mansion is like one of the craziest levels ever because there's all these levers everywhere. And every time you pull a lever, like a wall will shift or a room will move. And so the whole mansion is like constantly shifting around. And it was a really cool level. And then there's also a level similar to Effect and Cause in Titanfall 2, where you have basically 2 concurrent timelines going at the same time, and you can jump back and forth between the timelines. Really cool concepts. Some really cool levels in Dishonored 2. So, if you're only going to play one, I recommend Dishonored 2, but I would recommend playing the whole trilogy. They are good games. So, alright, next up we got Discolored. This is kind of like Escape Academy. This is one of those first-person, kind of like physics puzzle-based games. Rather short. I think it took me like 2 hours to complete it. But the concept of this game is everything is in black and white, and you have to unlock colors to bring color back to the world, and each color has a different effect, or allows you to find items. Like, you can see the item, but while everything's in black and white, you can't see what color it is, and you need to use items of certain colors to solve color-based puzzles, and when you haven't unlocked that color yet, you can't solve the puzzles. So you have to unlock the different colors to be able to solve the different colored puzzles. And it's very short. I picked it up on sale when it was like $1 like a year or two ago. And if you like these type of puzzle games, I would recommend it. It's rather short. I did have to do a second playthrough because there was an achievement I missed right at the end of the game, and it was missable, so I had to play through the whole game again. But when I knew what I was doing, it took me maybe 20 or 30 minutes to get back through the game again, to get that last achievement. I don't really know what the story or why things were going on, but the whole game takes place in this little diner in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the desert, which on Route 66 or something. But a very interesting little color-based first-person physics puzzle game. So that was Discolored. All right, here we go. As I was mentioning earlier, Trials Fusion and Trials Rising. I talked about those kind of in depth at the beginning because all the DLCs were lined up at the top. So Trials Fusion is my favorite of the Trials games. It's great. Trials Fusion is good, but I think Trials Fusion is way better. But both are great games. If you like Trials, you're going to like all the Trials games. So not much more to say about them. Death's Door. I had so many people in my Xbox community recommend me this game because they're all big fans of it. It's very top-down isometric Zelda-like game. But oh my goodness, I pretty much hated this game. I despised almost every second of playing this game. I did not want to play it. I pushed through, and I did beat it, but I did not get all the achievements. I just gave up on it because the last achievement requires an entirely second playthrough, and far more difficult than the first playthrough because the one achievement I don't have is for beating the entire game with the umbrella as your only weapon, and the umbrella is basically hard mode because the difficulty... the damage multiplier on the umbrella is 0.5, so your attacks do half of what all your attacks did in the first, in your first playthrough. You could do it all in one playthrough, but I had everyone said play through it once on regular difficulty essentially, and then go make a second playthrough once you're kind of used to the game and you know what to do with the umbrella. And I hated the game so much after the first playthrough. I'm like, I'm not doing that again. I did also panic play this before it was leaving Game Pass. And I had after I did beat it the first time, I had 1 day left before it left Game Pass. And I was like, I'm not running through this game because I despise this game. So it will forever sit on my tag as an incomplete. I'll be missing that one achievement forever because I do not plan to ever buy this game. And I don't want to play it again because I really did not enjoy it. But so many people loved it. Two of my biggest issues with the game is that you have... you basically have pips of health, kind of like Hollow Knight, where instead of having a health bar or a percentage, you start out with 4 points of health essentially, and there are items you can find around the world where you can collect 4 of them and it increases your health by 1 point. But there's only 8, which means at max you only have 6 points of health. Same thing with your mana. You start with 4 and there's only 8 of those items hidden around the world, so you can only get it up to 6. And some of these bosses were just such a pain in the ass. And 6 points of health, or 4 when you're earlier in the game, is not anywhere near enough. So I really did not like Death's Door, and as you can see, I gave it a 5 out of 10. But so many people loved it, and this is one of those games where everyone loved it, but I really did not enjoy it. Same with Hollow Knight. Everyone's like, oh, Hollow Knight is so great. And I'm like, I hate Hollow Knight. So, not necessarily a bad game, just did not jive with me. I did not like it. So, on the other side of the spectrum, Dandy and Randy is very similar in style, where it's like a old school 2D Zelda game. But it is level based, and it's kind of like Mario, where you have these different, like like old school like NES Mario, or more like Mario 3, where you have these different worlds, which are each one is a different island, and each island has like 5 or 6 levels on it, and so you have to traverse through it. But it's Zelda-like in that it's not like a platformer; it's like a kind of like a top-down isometric, and you explore and you get items that allow you to progress farther into the level, which allow you to reach the next level, like boomerang or bombs or something. So it's more Zelda-like than it is Mario-like, and I enjoyed this, even though it's a very, another short game, a pixel art, probably achievement slop, meaning it's one of those achievements like gamer score for sale games. I enjoyed this game. My 2 hours of this game I enjoyed more than like my 15 hours with Death's Door. So unless you're looking for easy gamer score, I wouldn't recommend Dandy and Randy, but it wasn't bad for the time I spent with it. Crash Insane Trilogy. So I always wanted to play the Crash games, but I never had a PlayStation, so I never played a lot of those PlayStation franchises. Crash is always one of the ones that I wanted to play. So this was my first time actually playing through the Crash games. I have beaten all 3 of them. I don't have all the achievements because some of these games are some of these achievements are incredibly difficult for getting gold or platinum on every level. It's like I don't have it in me right now. I plan to go back and get 100% eventually, but who knows when or if that'll ever happen. But I did go through and beat each of the 3 games and beat all the levels, and for that part, I enjoyed that. There was one secret level in Crash. It was either 1 or 3. That level was originally in the game, like the PlayStation version back in the day, but they cut it due to difficulty, but they added it back into this one, and I see why they cut it. That level was a pain in the butt. But my only real issue... Oh, another thing about this is I did start this game a couple of years ago, and I was using achievements in it for 12 Days of Christmas because the achievements qualified whatever day I was working on it for, and I was doing it on stream, and a couple people came into chat and be like, we're trying to help me get some achievements in the game, and I was trying to do Crash 1 because I figured that would be the easiest, and apparently I found this to also be true, and I did end up playing through it in its entirety, 2 years later, essentially. Because that was in 2023 when I did this on stream. Crash 1 is by far the hardest, and Crash 2 and 3 are much, much easier. So it didn't really matter what achievement I was getting for that stream. I just needed to get some achievements. They're like, go to Crash 2 or 3. The achievements are way easier. So I switched to Crash 2 and 3, and I got after playing it for an hour, not getting any achievements, I got the 5 or 6 achievements I needed in probably 20 minutes. But yeah, Crash 1... there's 2 rope bridge levels. Well, I know one is called the high road because I've heard that level mentioned on a bunch of worst levels of all time videos before. And there's one earlier in the game which is a pain in the butt, and then there's one later in the game that is super pain in the butt. Those levels can go die in a fire, but other than that, I think most of the rest of the games were rather enjoyable. It's just getting some of these achievements, get the 100% completion is going to be a pain, but along these lines, I don't know. I think they're both done by Toys for Bob, but I think I don't know how close together they came out, but they are kind of lumped together. Is the Crash Insane Trilogy and the Spyro Reignited Trilogy. I did the Spyro Reignited Trilogy, I think, in 2024, and that was another one. Never having a PlayStation, I always wanted to play the Spyro games. I never had the opportunity to though. So when I did the Reignited Trilogy, that was the first time I played those, and that was much easier to get the 100% in all 3 of those games because it doesn't have ridiculous completion requirements like Crash does. So, all right, Jeff is off to his Stargate files, so have a good stream, Jeff. You have a good night, and I will talk to you on Party Chat on Tuesday. But yeah, so Crash. All right, Costume Quest 2. I have not played Costume Quest 1, which I've heard is the better one. But I ended up with Costume Quest 2 with Games for Gold many years ago. And it's a turn-based RPG, so that put me off. But it is a rather short game. It says 6 to 8 hours. So I was like, yeah, I've heard good things about it, so I'll go ahead and play it. So I started it a couple of years ago, and then over the course of a couple of years, I got an achievement here or there for events like 12 Days of Christmas. So I actually got back into it and I was already like halfway through the game. I was like, I'm not starting over. So I only played like the second half of the game and finished up getting all the achievements. And I actually finished the game on stream because it was one of the last few achievements I needed in order to complete my dive. So when I did my achievement complete, my bean dive completion stream on an open mic back in last May, this is one of the games that I played, and I finished it up and got all the achievements in it, and I also got a couple achievements in trials to get the achievements needed in order to recover my dive. I don't mind it. The biggest issue is kind of like Dishonored. It has an achievement that ruins the enjoyment of the game, because the worst achievement in the game is for completing the entire game with candy corn as one of your teammates, because you have 3 teammates. And each one, turn-based RPG, and each one has different abilities. One of the cool things about this franchise is that it takes place on Halloween. You're kids and you dress up, in your costumes. But when you go into battle, you turn into whatever your costume is. So if you're like a superhero costume, you turn into a superhero when you're in battle. Or if you're a clown costume, when you go into battle, you're a clown and you do clown attacks. One of the costumes is candy corn. The thing is, though, the candy corn costume does absolutely nothing except the flavor text for it is something about cracking witty one-liners. So you have to play the entire game with candy corn in your squad of 3, and the only thing they can do is just sit there and take damage. They can't deal any damage, so you're essentially playing handicapped. You're playing on hard mode, so you're really only playing with 2 squad mates. The only thing that candy corn is good for is taking some heat off the other 2 characters, but there's no taunt, so you can't direct. At least I don't remember there being a taunt. So you can't direct all the attacks to go to candy corn. The enemies can attack any of your characters they want to attack. So you hope that they attack candy corn, because candy corn's useless anyways. So if I did have to play through it again, it would be much more enjoyable, because then I would actually have a third character in my party that can actually do attacks, and I'm not handicapped the whole time. So I had someone who was watching that stream, and they're like, what is candy corn doing? It's like completely useless. I'm like, and I just went through the spiel. I'm like, yes, they're completely useless. They can't do anything. They're just there for an achievement, essentially. So that was the worst part about that game, is having to play handicapped with essentially only two party members. But I do like the premise of the game of, you become whatever your costume is when you go into battle. Next up, we got Cocoon here. And this was also a panic play. Played it before it left Game Pass. This game was a total mind F in the best way possible. So this game is a puzzle game. Not a platformer puzzle game, but like a isometric top-down puzzle game. And it was fantastic. I love this game, and I've mentioned it many times on stream since. I think I played it in like September, so it wasn't that long ago. But I've mentioned it a bunch of times because this was a great puzzle game, and it's rather short. Although some of the puzzles were so esoteric, I had to look up a guide. There's like, and then when I looked it up, I'm like, I would never in a million years have figured out this solution. So, I highly recommend Cocoon. If you like puzzle games, go play Cocoon. It is fantastic. The way I've been describing it is, if you were to turn Inception into a puzzle-based video game, because you go into these little orbs, and there's 3 or 4 different orbs. They each have a different color, and each one of them is like, inside each one of these orbs is like a whole nother world. So it's almost like at the end of Men in Black, where they have, the whole movie is about what is it? The belt, something is on Orion's belt, the jewel, the diamond, the galaxy is on Orion's belt. That's the phrase they keep saying in that movie. But you find out later that the galaxy is an entire galaxy just in this little thing that hangs on the dog's collar. So it's kind of like that, where there's whole worlds inside of each of these orbs. And when you get to the end of the orb, you unlock that orb's ability, so you can then go out of that orb and then use an ability. So like the orange one, I think it does like a fire ability, so you can like burn down things in order to reach new areas. The green orb, once you unlock its potential, allows you to manipulate elevators so that you can reach new areas. The white orb shoots like a little laser blast, and you use that to solve puzzles. And there's a purple one, and I forget what the purple orb's ability is. But you go in and out of all these orbs, and you have to like carry them around and place one orb somewhere so that it affects the other orb. And late in the game, you actually have to take orbs and put them inside of each other so you can take all the orbs with you at once. It gets crazy out there with the puzzles, and I loved it in every way. So I cannot recommend Cocoon enough for puzzle fan enjoyers. Go give Cocoon a play. It was a great puzzle game. All right, I'm going to take a short little water break. All right. I thought with how much I'd be talking, I'd be all the way through my water by now, but that was only my first sip. All right, next up we got Child of Light. This is another one I ended up with. I believe I ended up with Child of Light through Games with Gold. This is also another turn-based RPG. This was published by Ubisoft. And you play this little girl, Aurora, and you can like fly and float around. You're like this princess, and you pick up party members, and you can have, I think, one other party member with you at any given time. And it's a turn-based game, but it has this unique mechanic where I went into depth on this when I was on Achievement Chasers. Whenever I played this, it was earlier in the year. I didn't play it from the beginning because I had played probably the first quarter of the game for achievements for contests since I started it back in 2019. And I was like, me not being a fan of turn-based games, I was like, I'm not starting this over from the beginning. So I just picked up from where I left off. Even so, it's still a pretty short game. I think it's like a 12 to 15 hour completion. Although you can't complete it anymore because one of the achievements is unobtainable now, and there was no announcement beforehand. I wish they would have told us, and I would have gotten that achievement before it became unattainable. But just one day they, snapped their fingers, flipped a switch, and that achievement is no longer available because you have to basically trade an item in game with someone else who also has played the game. But like the service that allows you to do that is no longer online, so you can't do it anymore. So I cannot get that achievement. So I have all the achievements except for that one. So I do have it marked as mastered because it's not possible to get that achievement anymore. But anyways, how the combat goes is each of the characters. Oh, that's another thing that annoyed me, is that you only have one squad mate. So it's 2 teammates essentially, but you're constantly fighting 3 enemies. So you're always essentially at a disadvantage. There should have been a third party member. It would have made the game, in my opinion, far more balanced. And I was playing on the easy difficulty. I can't imagine playing it on the hard difficulty. But each person, there's a little bar at the bottom of the screen, and each person, their character is somewhere along the bar. And whenever it switches from one player to the next, all of the characters progress along the bar at different speeds. And then when your character marker gets to like 80% of the way across the bar, it becomes, that's when it's your turn. And at that point, you have the option to choose what action you want to take. And every action has a different cast time. So some of them are instant, some of them are slow, some are long, some are extremely long. The ones that take longer to cast are usually much more beneficial and take a lot, or do a lot more damage or something like that. But whatever you pick to cast won't actually cast until your little marker reaches the end of the bar. And so if you do a long cast, it will go to someone else's turn, and then they'll reach that bar and they'll choose what action they want to take. But you don't, unless, if it's one of the enemies, you don't know what action they're taking. So when they choose their action, if it's instant, their little marker will reach the end of the bar before yours will, if you chose like a long or extremely long cast time, which doesn't necessarily mean anything. But if they and you don't know who they're targeting either. But if they target you and you're still in the middle of your cast, and they attack you and you don't dodge the attack, you get hit by it, it'll knock you out and you won't get to do your attack, and you'll have to wait till your bar gets to your marker gets to the cast line again in order to choose another attack. But if you can keep choosing attacks But if someone else hits you before your marker reaches the end of the bar, you'll just keep not getting to attack and you'll lose your turn essentially. So it's a risk reward because it's like, oh, their character is way far back on the bar, so I'm going to choose an extremely long cast time, but they may still get to the end of the bar before you do. So it's a risk reward because even if you do an extremely long cast, they may attack your partner instead of you, and if they attack your partner, then you'll still get your attack if it reaches the end of the bar. Or if they select you as the target, but they miss because of, dice rolls or whatever, you do your attack. But it's very luck of the draw, but a very interesting mechanic to kind of spice up turn-based combat. So, so that's Child of Light. All right, next up we got basically all the Lords of Shadow games, essentially. I wanted to play Lords of Shadow, the first one again, because I haven't played it in a very long time. I do have 100% of the achievements, but I was like, nah, I'm just going to play the Lords of Shadow 2 and Mirror of Fate, which I haven't played yet. So, Mirror of Fate takes place between Lords of Shadow 1 and 2, so I played that one first. I did beat it, but I don't have all the achievements because there's a boss rush mode that's incredibly difficult. And you have to beat the boss rush mode on all 5 difficulties to get all the achievements. They do stack, so if you beat it on the hardest difficulty, you'll get all the achievements at once. I was just trying to do it on the easiest difficulty, and I couldn't even get past the second boss, or I think I got to the third boss. And there's like 14 bosses in the boss rush, and you don't ever get to recover your health. So it is brutally difficult, so I gave up on that. But I did beat the game. And I did talk about this in depth on Achievement Chasers. It's basically broken up into 3 chapters. The first chapter you play as Simon Belmont, and then the second chapter you play as Alucard. Oh, and Mirror of Fate was originally, I think it was like a PSP or a Vita game. So it's a 2D side-scrolling Metroidvania, but it's not pixel art, which is nice. But you play as Simon for the first act. The second act you play as Alucard, but the interesting thing is acts 1 and 2 take place at the exact same time, so they're playing concurrently, because throughout the first act when you're playing as Simon, you'll come across Alucard, and then when you kind of role reversal and you play act 2 as Alucard, you'll come across Simon in those set pieces. Then in act 3 it goes back in time and you play as Trevor Belmont. And then at the end, all the timelines kind of converge, plot-wise, and you fight Dracula together. So it's kind of a cool way that they laid out the story of the game. It is a Metroidvania, but it's very linear because you play as 3 different characters who have different sets of abilities. But I did complete 100% of the achievements in the main game. I just don't have the boss rush achievements, so I plan to get those eventually. I just don't know when, because that's gonna be a pain in the butt. And then I moved on to Castlevania 2, which is a 360 game, and it is a hack and slash, much like Lords of Shadow 1. But Lords of Shadow 1 is a level-based point A to point B game. That's what I expected out of Castlevania 2, and I had heard nothing but bad things about Lords of Shadow 2, so I didn't have high hopes going into it. I really enjoyed it, and one thing that really improved my enjoyment of it is I've never heard anyone call it this, but it absolutely qualifies as a Metroidvania because it's an interconnected open world, and you get new abilities that allow you to reach areas you couldn't previously reach. So it's got ability gating. So I was like, it's a Metroidvania, but I've never heard anyone ever call it a Metroidvania, but it absolutely fits. So that definitely made my enjoyment of the game go up. However, the thing about this game that I ranted about on Achievement Chasers is that I had started this game back in like 2019. Oh, dude says Mirror of Fate was a 3DS game. Thank you. I knew it was for some handheld. I just didn't know which one it was. I played the Xbox Live Arcade version. So it was a 3DS game. Thank you for that clarification. But Lords of Shadow 2, because I started it back in 2019, and I had also played it maybe like 25% of the way through the game for a couple of achievements for contests here and there. But once I got to it being like, all right, I'm going to play through it in its entirety, I'm going to start over from scratch. This game is nearly impossible to delete your data and start over from scratch. I literally had to spend like an hour browsing different like Reddit forums and Steam forums to figure out how to delete my save and start over. It is impossible to delete your save from within the game, and even if you delete your save file from your Xbox, it still won't delete it because it will like sync it from the cloud, and I just kept restarting from midway through the game. I don't remember exactly what the solution was, but oh my goodness, just deleting my save so I could start over was the biggest pain in the ass I think I've ever gone through for something so basic. Because there's no option. First off, the game doesn't even have a start menu. You load up the game and it immediately goes into the game. Your start menu is your pause menu. And in the pause menu, there is absolutely no option to delete your save or start over from the beginning. It does not exist in the game. So if you're gonna play it, I recommend, you know, when you start it, plan to play through the whole game so you don't, you know, play a little bit and then come back a couple years later and be like, I'm gonna start it over, and then have to figure out how to delete your save. I almost was locked out of deleting my save. I think I had to do something with like cloud saving and starting my game over on a different Xbox in order to be able to delete my save. It was ridiculous. But overall, once I got that all sorted out, I really enjoyed Castlevania Lord of Shadow 2 much more than I was expecting, because I'd never heard anything but bad things about it. I really liked it. It plays very much like the first one, except it's a Metroidvania map, interconnected open world map, rather than a level-based point A to point B. So, alright, so Bunny Parking, this is the other one I mentioned earlier when I was talking about Soko Bunny. This was a very low-effort game, but it's got like 5,000 gamer score for like a couple hours of play, so it's a gamer score smorgasbord. But despite it being a very low-effort, bad game, the puzzles were pretty good, and I really enjoyed the puzzles themselves, but everything else about the game was pretty trash. Like I said, the Soko Bunny, that was a box-moving puzzle game. This was a like those games where you have like a parking lot and you have to move all the cars out of the way to get one car from the top to the bottom. That's what this game was, but it was in 3D. So you're walking around the parking lot and you have to move all these cars back and forth to get one car from one end of the parking lot to the other. So, very basic puzzle game, but I enjoyed it. I love those parking lot puzzle games, so I had fun with the puzzle mechanics. Brothers, Tale of Two Sons remake. I love this game. This is the third time I played the game, because I originally played the Xbox Live Arcade version, and then I bought it when they remastered it for the Xbox One version, and then they did a remake and they actually made it. Actually, I think the Xbox One version was just a port of the 360 version. I don't know that they actually touched it up at all, but they did a remake, or as it says in the title, where they gave it better graphics, and I think they changed some slight things, but very, very minimally. I know Nightmare hates this game. I don't understand why. I love this game. I call it a single-player co-op game, because how it works is you control each of the two brothers with one thumbstick, and each of the triggers that go with that thumbstick are the interact button for each of the brothers, and so you're controlling both of them at the same time and solving puzzles in order to get through the end of the game. And it's kind of like a Fable-like game, because you got like trolls and you got giants and you got like spider creatures and you got frost giants and stuff. So it's rather a short game, and it's very tugs at your heartstrings. It's got a very touching story, because the beginning of the game starts where your mother has previously passed away. Her headstone is outside your house. This could be considered misery porn, because it's like I said, it's very tugs at your heartstrings. Your dad is deathly ill, so the two brothers go on a quest to find, the MacGuffin that will heal him and make it back and heal him. That's the story, the plot of the game, and it takes you on all these adventures. And it's got a lot of great puzzle mechanics, and one of the parts of it is you're in this giant's castle, so even though you're regular size, everything is huge. So it's just like climbing up on top of a chair. You need a bunch of books to get on in order to climb onto the chair to get onto the table. So really cool mechanics. I like this game a lot, and it had been a long time since I had played it. I think the last time I played this game was, I don't know, probably 8+ years ago. So I was happy to revisit it. I do remember the one thing I ranted about when I talked about this on Achievement Chasers was the final boss. I think they did something to the final boss in the remake, which made it annoying as F to beat, and because it's a puzzle boss essentially, and you have to do some things in some pretty short period of time. And it's like, if you don't do it, then, like, because how the final boss mechanic works is there's a spider creature that's attacking the big brother, so he's basically, like, tied down. And then you're controlling the little brother, but you're trapped inside this, like, ball of spider silk. And you have to roll into the spider at a high enough speed to stun it. And it's almost impossible to do in under the time it gives you. And then your big brother immediately dies. And then it's a game over. You got to try again. And there's a minute-long cutscene that's unskippable at the beginning of this fight. And you have to sit through it every freaking time. And it took me, like, I don't know, 10 or 15 tries to finally beat this stupid boss fight. That's my biggest issue with the game, is the boss fight. I don't remember having that much trouble on the previous versions. I think they did something on this version which made that screwed up the final boss fight, because it's ridiculously difficult to stun the spider boss in order to get the spider boss to let go of the big brother. That was my only real complaint. But love this game a lot. So, Broforce is I love the vibe that this game is going for. It's a 2D, I don't even know how to explain it, Contra kind of esque game, but it's loaded with the machismo of the 80s action movie star. Basically, all the big 80s action stars are either in this game, or there's some sort of nod to them as an Easter egg, or some sort of, like, fake name for them because they can't use it because of licensing reasons. I didn't technically play through this game legitimately. I did get all the achievements, but there's a very easy way to get a lot of the achievements without fully playing the full game. So it was on Game Pass. I don't know if it left. I think I panic played it, but I did buy this game when it went on sale for like $1. So I do own it. So I do want to go back through it and play it legitimately at some point. But this is the little bit of the game I did play. I really enjoyed, and I look forward to playing through it legitimately at some point, because you can play as, like, Arnold and Rambo and all these, 80s action stars, and each one has, like, different abilities. So it was a fun game, and from what little I played, I would recommend Broforce. Botany Manor was another one I panic played before it left Game Pass, and I did both the Xbox and the Windows version. I think they were about probably like 4 hours each, so they're rather quick. And it's a puzzle game where you have to figure out the very specific conditions to grow each of these different plants. There's like 20 different plants in the game, and you have to find the weird conditions that are required in order to grow each of the plants. Like, one of the plants only grows in thunderstorms, so you have to trick it into thinking it's in a thunderstorm in order to get it to grow. So it's a puzzle game. I love puzzle games, and it was on Game Pass, and it was rather short, so I knocked out both stacks of it. And if you like, first person puzzle games, I would recommend it. It was an interesting puzzle game, and it was rather short. Atlas Fallen: Reign of Sand. This was another one that I preemptively panic played because it was coming up on I think I played this in August, and it was suspected that it would leave Game Pass after its 1 year in Game Pass, and it had joined I believe in August of 2024, so it was very likely that it was going to leave Game Pass in August of 2025. So, and it's a longer game. It's about a 50 hour game. So I was like, that one's a bit of a longer game. Let me go ahead and play it just to make sure I can get through it in time, and I don't, get trapped with 2 weeks left to knock out this 50-hour game. It did not leave Game Pass. I'm almost positive it's still on Game Pass. So I preempt, not that it was a waste, but I did do it unnecessarily. But this is a very bland, mediocre game. It had some interesting concepts going for it. It's an action RPG. The closest thing I'd probably liken it to would probably be like not Dark Souls, Darksiders game. Had some similar vibes to Darksiders. Not with the apocalypse or anything, but you are in this kind of post-apocalyptic fantasy world, and you have these kind of cool abilities, and you can mix and match these different runes that give you different attack combos, and like how you can find what matches your play style. One thing that is nice is a bunch of the achievements said that they're missable, but I think there was a big like 2.0 update, and that's the Reign of Sand, was not originally part of the game's title. It was just Atlas Fallen. Then they did like a big 2.0 update at some point, and it was then Atlas Fallen Reign of Sand. And they changed a lot of things, quality of life, because a lot of the achievements said missable, and the achievement guide said that after you leave the first area, you can't come back, and same once you leave area 2, because the game is basically broken up into 3 large areas, and says you can't come back. I think that was originally in the game, and they changed that with the Reign of Sand update. Now you can go back to anywhere at any time, so none of the achievements are missable. But the world design was really interesting. Some of the world areas are like super vertical, so you can like fall really long time. But yeah, it's basically a hack and slash with some interesting mechanics, but it was very bland. It wasn't bad, but it was just very middle of the road. I wouldn't recommend it unless you're like hardcore into like hack and slash games. You're just looking for something else to give a shot. So, and I did go into a lot of detail about that game on Achievement Chasers. Next up, we got Art Survival Ascended. I know people like love the art games and put like thousands of hours into them. I know very little about this game. I did use console commands to unlock all but one achievement, because one achievement, you can only get that achievement with the DLC, and it's like $15. I'm like, I'm not buying $15 DLC just to get this last achievement. So unless that DLC goes on super steep sale, that game is going to be sitting at beaten and not mastered for a very long time. It has an interesting concept. I could definitely see myself like getting into this game heavily. I know ABF is a huge fan of this game. He's got thousands of hours in it, but yeah, I just use the console commands to jump around the world and unlock the achievements. So I don't know a whole lot about this game, and games like this and like Broforce, I did not count towards the gaming challenge since I didn't really play them. But I could see people getting hooked on this game. Another Crab's Treasure. This was, I believe it's still on Game Pass. I'd have to look it up, but because Paul was a big fan of this game, and he outed me one night on a stream because he saw that I got all the achievements in the game in like an hour. He's like, "How did you do that?" And it's because this was sometime in 2024. Someone discovered console commands, and they were literally patched out within like 24 hours. So there was in one of the Discords I'm in, someone's like, "Hey, there's console commands that are discovered. Get the achievements while you can." So I hopped in and got all those achievements in like an hour, and then literally the next day they were patched. So I was honest about it, as I did the console commands and got all the achievements. However, I lost my completion in the game because they added a title update, which is basically like free DLC. And they added more achievements. So I did actually go back and play through a good chunk of the game in order to get the additional achievements they added. And even on easy, my goodness, this game is like brutally difficult. Do not be fooled by its cartoony, bright colored demeanor. It is difficult. I probably wouldn't say it's as hard as Dark Souls, but it is definitely... It's a Souls game, absolutely. I had to get pretty decent at the game in order to get the achievements in the title update in order to re-earn my completion. So I've not beaten the game in its entirety, but I have beaten a good chunk of the game now. But I was able to get all the achievements in the title update, so I do now have the 100% completion. Next up, we got Active Neurons. This was a puzzle game. I don't remember what kind of puzzle game this was. I got this game through a raffle, or I won this game somewhere, so I never actually bought it myself. I ended up with it for free, and I was like, puzzle games, I love puzzle games. So, and it's very short, so this is also one of the games I burned through in very quickly in order to get all the achievements. I remember almost nothing about this game, but I do remember liking it. I just don't remember how the puzzle mechanics worked. All right, next up we got basically 4 copies of the same game. There's these Hidden Cats games. They have a bunch more of these. These are only the ones that I have as Hidden Cats in New York, Paris, London, and Castle Full of Cats. I also have the first one, which was Building Full of Cats. They have like tons of these games now of all these different cities. It's basically a Where's Waldo game, and you have to find all the cats hidden in each of these cities. And it's like really zoomed out, and you have like this whole like big like landscape of a city, and you have to find all like 200 cats that are hidden around it. So very cute games, rather short. They only take a couple hours. Castle Full of Cats was actually a little bit different because it was almost like a little RPG-esque in that you have to go into these different rooms and find all the cats, which then unlock other rooms. So you actually kind of, and there even has a map, and you have to go between the different rooms of the castle in order to find all the cats. So that was probably the best one, although I did enjoy the other ones better because you're not having to move around to different rooms and try to figure out how to unlock other areas of the castle. But very short, couple hour games, very quick, cozy games, and it's just going around and clicking on all the cats and finding where all the cats are hidden. Next up, we got Dark Forces Remastered. This is the first game in the best series of Star Wars games ever, still to this day. And the lead introduced me back in the day, because this is one of my favorite games as a kid. The original on PC, Dark Forces, introduced me to my second favorite Star Wars character of all time, Kyle Katarn. He's the primary character of the first 4 games. He's in the 5th game, the last one, Jedi Academy. You just don't play as him. But this one is a boomer shooter through and through. It's a Star Wars Doom clone, and I love it. I had not played this game in probably 20 years. It's been a very long time. So I was looking forward to playing through this one. I was planning on playing through the whole series again, but this is the only one I got through last year. But oh my goodness, I loved playing through this game again for the first time in many years. And the touch-ups, they make all the graphics and the videos, they touched it up so it's not so jagged with the pixel art. It's more smoother lines, and it just looks great. But it's still the exact same game it was back in the day. They didn't change anything about it other than made it look prettier. And it's rather short. It says 6 to 8 hours. I got the 100% in, I think, like 7 hours, like 58 minutes. So just like right on the 8-hour mark. And there's nothing, there's like no hidden achievements. There's only got like 10 achievements, and each achievement is for like beating each of the levels. So if you just beat the story of the game, you'll get all the achievements, so you don't have to go out of your way for anything. Great game. Probably the worst one in the series, but that still says a lot because every game in this series is really, really good. Hey, Crazy Landlow is here. Good evening, Crazy Landlow. Good to see you. I'm just talking about Dark Forces. Going through all the games I've played over 2025. Right now we're on Dark Forces. Really great game. I love this game. And it only goes up from there. So, my favorite and the best Star Wars game ever made is the final game in this series is Jedi Academy. Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy are built on the same engine. They came out 1 year apart. They are both available on Xbox, but I own them on PC, both on actual, I still have my physical discs for them in my CD tray here, and I own them on Steam. This one, the original one was originally on PC, which my disc for that is also in here, as are the sequel to this, which is Jedi Knight, and the expansion Mysteries of the Sith. All those discs are in here. But the original one was a PC only, and PC for non-consoles, because they did also release this on PS1. The sequel, though, Jedi Knight, the only place it was released was on PC. It wasn't released on any console. So I would absolutely love, because that's kind of like trapped back on old hardware, and some of those old games don't run well. I own it on Steam, but I've heard some of those old games don't run well. It would be great if the Night Dive did a remaster of Jedi Knight as well. I would love to see that get a modern port, because the latest games in the franchise are still available. Like Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy. Not only are they still available and backwards compatible, so you could plug your original Xbox disc into your Series X and still play those games. but they were also ported to Switch and PS4. So they have modern ports. There's no modern version of Jedi Knight. It's the only game in the series that does not have a modern port. So I would love for them to port that to modern consoles as well. My favorite Star Wars game is OG Battlefront 2. I didn't play that one much, but I know that's a lot of people's favorites. That is a great game, and I understand why people love that game so much. All right, next up we got Rayland and Rayland 2. These are, basically identical games, just the first and the second one. And it's a puzzle. There are puzzle games, and I love puzzle games. And it's a light/laser mirror puzzle game where you have to get the laser. You have to split lasers, and you have to change laser colors, and you have to get the right color lasers to the, use the mirrors to get them around objects so you can get the laser to go into the laser receiver. I love these types of games, these type of puzzle games. So they're both, just more of the same. If you like one, you'll like the other. They're both rather short. I did them both in probably a couple of hours. And if there was a third one, I would happily play the third one because I love these type of puzzle games. Microsoft Sudoku. I mastered that. I have every single achievement in the Sudoku game for Microsoft. This was a long time coming because I talked about this game for many, many months on Achievement Chasers. Because Microsoft has a series of these games. There's Sudoku, there's Wordament, there's Mahjong, and there's a couple Scrabble? Solitaire, that's another one. But they've got all these Microsoft games, and they all have a similar set of achievements because they have events where every day of the week through the course of the month you have 3 events you can play, and they vary in difficulty, and the more you complete, the more points you get towards the month. And you have to get 3,000 points to get a bronze medal, 9,000 points for silver, 12,000 for gold, and 25,000 for platinum or something like that. And so if you hit 3,000 points, you'll get a bronze medal for that month. And but if you get the 9,000, you'll get the bronze and the silver medal for that month. And every single one of these Microsoft games has an achievement for getting 1 platinum medal, which means you basically have to do every single event every day for an entire month. And some of them are very difficult. I'm better with numbers than I am with letters, which is why I really like the Sudoku game, because I'm good with numbers. I'm not as good with letters. So the Wordament one, I've still barely even touched these challenges because I'm terrible with these letter challenges. But there's an achievement for getting 1 platinum. There's an achievement for getting 3 golds, which means you have to get to gold level for 3 separate months. There's an achievement for getting silver level for 6 separate months. And there's an achievement for getting bronze level for 12 months, which means that achievement takes a year to get because you only get 1 medal per month. So it takes at minimum 12 months if you didn't miss any. Fortunately, you can speed it up a little bit because you can change the clock on your phone to whatever month you need it to be. And then you can play the events for that month. I didn't do that. I only played it over the course of a couple of years. And it took me probably 3 years to get all the bronze, silver, and gold medals I needed in order to get all the achievements. But I finished that one up and got all the achievements in that one. I was very sad when that happened because I love Sudoku and I want to play more, but I haven't touched Sudoku since. That was early in the year. That was probably February or March. But I've moved on to Solitaire. I'm slowly making my way through Solitaire. Solitaire has way more achievements, and this Sudoku says it's 150 hours. Solitaire is a 300 to 500 hour completion. So I'll be working on the Solitaire one for probably a couple years. But that's the one I'm currently working on after I finish Sudoku. Spelling hard. I'm good with spelling. Just I'm terrible with letter puzzles. There was, I want to say it was Seen It Box Office Smash, and it was a letter jumble. It's it gives you a jumble of letters. You have to figure out what the name of the movie title is based on the letters. You have to rearrange the letters. I could not do that for the life of me. That is one of my biggest weaknesses. I cannot figure out anagrams if my life depended on it. I suck at rearranging anagrams to figure out what they spell. I cannot do it. Numbers, though, I'm great with numbers. So... yeah, anagrams, I am terrible. All right, next up, we got Draconic Resurgence. There are 3 stacks of this one. This is another gamer score for sale. It's a Metroidvania, which is why I bought it, all 3 stacks of it, but I did buy it when they were on sale for like a couple bucks each. And they are gamer score for sale. Each one is either 4,000 or 5,000 gamer score for like 30 minutes of playing. So there's the Xbox One version, there's the Series X version, and there's the Windows version. So I knocked all 3 of these out in one day over about 2 hours, and that gave me like 12 to 15,000 gamer score right there. Not good game at all. I definitely would not recommend it, but because it's a Metroidvania, like I said, I'm trying to play all the Metroidvanias on Xbox, so I was kind of obligated to. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. Yes, we do. So if do not play Draconic Resurgence unless you're trying to get up the leaderboard on Metroidvania leaderboard on Xbox like I am. Dr. Autonomous, this one is also a gamer score for sale. This is a puzzle platformer. It had 2 versions. It had the Xbox version and the Windows version. I picked these up on sale for probably like $1 a way back. Similar to Flasco Man, it had decent puzzle mechanics, but I would not recommend it. Fortunately, it's very short. I was able to knock out both stacks in probably under an hour. Also worth like 3,000 or 4,000 gamer score a piece, so I knocked these ones out very quickly. And that helped get me to that 33,000 gamer score in one day that I hit. I don't know why this one's called Grim Clicker, because on Xbox it's called Grim Idle. This is basically an idle game where you just let it run and you collect stuff. So there were 3 of these games that I played, and these are all right next to each other. You got Grim Idle, Idle Wizard, and DPS Idle. I played these all over the course of like a week, and they each had like 2 versions. One on Xbox and one on Windows, and they all play differently. The Grim Clicker, Grim Idle, was your character is just running forward, and every time you encounter an enemy, you keep slashing at it automatically. You don't have to do anything until the enemy dies, and then it moves on until it encounters another enemy. So you can just let it run, but you can also hover your mouse over the enemy and tap for as much stamina as you have, and you have a stamina bar until it drains, to help get through the creature quicker, and as you go, you get stronger and stronger, so you can get through more enemies faster and faster. But you do have to keep restarting with your newly acquired abilities, or your more leveled up abilities, to get through more of the game. So that one took like a day or 2 to get all those ones. Idle Wizard there's just like this crystal ball, and it just generates energy, and you can tap on it to generate energy faster, and then you use that energy to buy upgrades to increase the amount of energy that you generate. And so it just you start just generating more and more, and you have to hit like ridiculous levels to get to buy some of the upgrades that are required for all the achievements. But out of these 3, Grim Clicker, Grim Idle was my least favorite. Idle Wizard was my middle favorite, and then DPS Idle was actually my favorite, and that was the first one I played. And this one is kind of like almost like a fantasy card battler, and you fight different creatures like trolls and goblins and toads, and you unlock different creatures for your team that generate different levels of money. And so you generate money, and I swear there was 2 things you generate at the same time. There's a secondary currency. There's actually like 3 or 4 separate currencies. You get leaves, and you also get like these blue diamonds, and you use these to purchase higher tier upgrades, and you add more characters to your team, which then increases the amount of gold you earn at a time. And it gets ridiculous. Like, some of these upgrades require you to get like, you have billions, trillions, quadrillions, like whatever comes after that. Some of the billions is like 2, trillions is 3, quadrillion is 4. It went up to like 10, 11, 12, whatever. And so it has like, this thing costs like 20 QT. And I'm like, I don't even know what number that represents. So these numbers got ridiculously massive. And the funny thing is that I ended up playing this game right after a party chat topic, where we talked about if you had 24 hours to play a game, and after those 24 hours you get to keep whatever in-game currency you acquired in real life, what game would you play? I played this game like the week after. This would absolutely be my game because you can earn literally quadrillions of gold in mere minutes once you have it leveled up. And if you got that money in real life, you would break the entire economy of the world because you'd have so much currency. But yeah, it's funny that I played this like right after we had that topic, because if I had played this before that topic, this would have been my answer. I don't remember what my actual answer was to that topic. I have to go back and look. But yeah, you earn like trillions, quadrillions, pentillions, septillions, octillions, like, keep going. You earn times 100 amount of gold per second when you get like super high into this game. So that one was my favorite. But yeah, it's, just a couple idle games that don't take a whole lot of effort. Next up, we got, this is a DLC. This is Dominique's Curse is the DLC for Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. I 100%ed Ritual of the Night a couple of years ago, and then last year they added this DLC. Like, after this game has been out for like 5+ years, they've added this DLC out of the clear blue. And I bought it when it was on sale. I didn't actually play it until, cause I bought the DLC. I think I bought the DLC right when it came out, because it was only like $5 or $10. But I didn't actually play the DLC, I think, came out in like June of 2024. I didn't actually end up playing it and reacquiring my 100% in this game until this last summer of 2025. When I originally played Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, I wasn't a big fan of it at first. I do have another stack to play because I played the Xbox One version. I still have the Windows version to play, but now that I know all these things, my second playthrough is going to be far more enjoyable than my first playthrough. But there's so many things about the game that it doesn't explain to you, and I wasn't a big fan of it until I understood all these mechanics that the game doesn't explain. The thing is that this DLC throws that all out the window, and it doesn't play anything like the base game does. This is literally single-handedly one of my most hated DLCs of all time. As you can see, I gave it a 0.5. If I could give it anything lower than a 0.5, I would. I would give it a 0, a 0.01. One of the worst DLCs I've ever played in my entire life. I hate is not even a strong enough word to describe how much I hate this DLC with a passion. It is god freaking awful, and I still have to do it one more time on the Windows version. Because in the base game, at the end of the game, you're super powerful. You're running around like crazy fast. The frame rate can't even keep up with you because you're like so powerful and so fast. This game is unbelievably slow. You're moving at a snail's pace. There's no sprint. There's no faster movement. The game is already hard to beat. It has a day and night cycle, and it's already hard as is on the day cycle. And then it gets even harder at the night cycle. There's like barely any consumables that you can find to restore your health. The only way to restore your health is at a save station. Enemies do not drop health, and they deal a ton of damage. You move not only do you move super slowly, you jump. Your jump is so unbelievably clunky. The movement is god awful. I hate this Dominique's Curse DLC. It absolutely ruined what was otherwise a rather good game. The base game, I absolutely recommend. The DLC, do not play it. It is so bad. Oh, and the thing is, in the base game, you get tons of different weapons. In this game, you only have one weapon, and it's a whip, and you have like 3 pixels. It's not 3 pixels, but the whip distance is so short, and its attacks so slow, and it's so weak. It is one of the worst weapons I've ever had to use in a game ever, and it's the only weapon you have. You can't change weapons. There's no other weapons in this DLC. You can make the whip stronger and have a slightly longer range, but it still sucks balls. I hate this DLC. Is so bad. Crazy says, I'd play Xenoverse 2 for that money thing. Oh, for whatever game you can play and keep the money. I've never played it, so I don't know anything about Xenoverse. It's easy to make money in that. Okay. Harder in the Night Cycle, new band name. That is a pretty good band name. Harder in the Night Cycle. So, yeah. I didn't play the base game last year. I only played the DLC because I'd already played the base game. But at some point, I will play through the whole game and the DLC again on the Windows stack. Next up, we got Hollow Knight. Everyone's like, the best game ever. As you can see, I'm not a huge fan of it. I only gave it a 6 out of 10. It's okay. And this is the very first game I ever wrote not an achievement guide, a review on GameShelf here. And it's a long, lengthy one. And I'm friends with Tyler, who's the developer, and when I was writing this, I gave him an idea to make the site better, because the box you get is really small. I was like, hey, if you're writing a lengthy review, you should be able to get a bigger box so you can see everything you're writing all at once. So he actually made a bigger box for when you're writing a long review. And that's what this purple icon means. Oh, my mouse is... here we go. That purple icon means I wrote a review for it. So if you want to go on GameShelf, you can go to Hollow Knight and you can look at my review. But suffice it to say, I got because everyone could, when this game was at its peak, everyone could not shut up about how amazing it was. It's like the second coming of Christ. It is still on Game Pass. I have bought it, so I do own it. But I originally started the game. I got my first achievement in like January of 21. Played it for about 4 or 5 hours and hated every second of it. And I was like, I'll come back to it at a later date. I then gave it another shot in like February of 23, like 2 years later, and started it over because I'm like, all right, I'm gonna start it over because it's been 2 years since I played it. I got slightly past where I was the first time, hated every second of it. Put it away again. This year, because I got bonus points for playing it for our challenge because it's in my hated games list, I was like, all right, I'm going to sit down. No matter what it takes, I'm going to beat the game. So I did finally push through and I beat the game. I got the achievement for getting 112%. So I've done basically everything there is in the base game. I still have about 6 or 7 achievements left for some ridiculously tough stuff that I don't know that I will ever complete. Like, there's an achievement for beating it under like 20 hours, 10 hours, and 5 hours. I could probably do the 20-hour ones, but 10 and 5 hours, I doubt it. There's an achievement for beating it on Steel Soul mode, which is beating it without dying. That'll never happen. There's also an achievement for getting 100% on Steel Soul mode, which means get 100% without dying. Never going to happen. So I have almost all the achievements. After I finally got through about half the game, because this is a lengthy game, all in all, it says I have 72 hours in the game. My playthrough was probably about 60 hours because in my first 2 attempts at playing the game probably equaled to about 12 hours. But probably about 40 hours, I finally was like, okay, this game doesn't totally suck. Most people are like, oh, do you not like the difficulty? I don't have a problem with the difficulty. It's the mechanics of the game that are my biggest, that are the things that I hate the most. So if you want to hear my full thoughts on it, go check out GameShelf and go read my review on everything that I don't like about Hollow Knight. But it did get better. So the second half of the game, I didn't despise it. I didn't enjoy it, but I didn't hate my life while I was playing it. I ended up coming, like I said, you can see there, I gave it a 6 out of 10. So it was okay. But everyone's like, oh, it's my favorite Metroidvania of all time. I wouldn't put it in my top 50 Metroidvanias of all time. I'm not a fan of it because the mechanics that it does it has so many mechanics that I absolutely despise. And then my favorite Metroidvanias are the Ori games. They do the exact opposite of what Hollow Knight does, and that's why the Ori games are my absolute favorite Metroidvanias. And Will of the Wisp is my -- favorite Metroidvania of all time and my #2 favorite game of all time. I do own Silksong. Someone gifted it. Someone gifted it to me on Steam and on Xbox. I was gonna buy it at some point, anyways, but it is on Game Pass, and I do own it on Steam and on Xbox. I was gifted it by 2 different peoples. I will absolutely play it at some point. I'm in no rush to. I think I do already have like the first 3 or 4 achievements. The beginning was nowhere near as bad as the original Hollow Knight, but I guess that could be because I know what to expect this time around. But the mechanics that I hate about the first one are in the second one too, from what little I've played. But I will play it and I will beat it at some point, but it's not very high on my priority list. I don't know when I'll get around to it, but I will, because it is, Silksong, and it's, the sequel to Hollow Knight, which everyone says is the best thing ever. But more so because it's the Metroidvania on Xbox, and I will play it. So, all right. Next up, we got Journey to the Savage Planet, the prequel to the game that I'm currently playing on Metroidvania Monday, which is Revenge of the Savage Planet. I mention this game all the freaking time. I love Journey to the Savage Planet. It is in my top 5 Metroidvanias. I love this game so much. It has co-op, and I always shout out. It's not cross-play, unfortunately, but if anybody has either version on Xbox, because it has 3 versions. There's the Xbox One version, the Series X version, and the Windows version. I have 100%ed all 3 of them, but it was on Game Pass and it's left Game Pass, so I no longer have the Windows version, but I do own the Xbox One and the Series X version, and I'm happy to play through the co-op with anybody because there are achievements tied to the co-op, so I'm happy to do that if anyone ever wants to. I love this game so much, and I'm playing the sequel on Revenge of the Savage Planet on Metroidvania Monday right now. I'll probably be beating it on Monday because I feel like I'm pretty close to the end of the game. And I love Revenge of the Savage Planet just as much, if not more, than Journey to the Savage Planet. Both these games are great. I love them so much. I'm a huge fan of them. And they are the closest. Metroid Prime 3 came out in 2007, and other than Metroid Prime 4 coming out just in November, Journey to the Savage Planet is the closest thing we've gotten to Metroid Prime since 2007. That also is one of the reasons why I love it so much. It's the closest thing to Metroid Prime we've ever gotten. I don't understand why there are so few first-person Metroidvania, there's so few 3D Metroidvanias, and there's even fewer first-person Metroidvanias. I could name the number of first-person Metroidvanias on, I could count them on one hand. There's so few of them. So I don't know why we don't have more Metroid Prime clones. That we should be flooded with them, and they don't exist, and it drives me nuts. It's a very goofy game with a lot of humor, and it's bright and colorful, and I love this game so much. I've beaten this game so many times because I've helped. As I call it, Sherpa-ing. I've Sherpa'd so many people through the co-op for that co-op achievement I mentioned. So love this game so much. And then on the flip side, we got Dark Souls, which I do not like this game. As you can see, I pretty much hate this game. I gave it a 3 out of 10. I do not like it at all. I did the entire thing on stream, and I know if dude's still there, he's probably going to say blasphemy because he loves Dark Souls, and he made it much better because we did Dude Souls. He coached me through it. He helped guide me through it and tell me where I needed to go and how to complete quests because this game is so esoteric when it comes to completing the quests and what does what. But I ended up with Dark Souls. I have the physical copy. I don't have it digitally. I have the physical copy because when I bought my 1X, the person I bought it from gave me all their games with it, and Dark Souls Remastered was one of them, so I just ended up with the disc. And my buddy Rozik, my buddy IRL, Rozik, he liked it, and so he's like, hey, you should play it. So I dived it way back, got an achievement on it on my tag, and meaning I will play it at some point, but it sat on my tag for many, many years, untouched, because I had heard so much stuff about it, and I'm like, I'm not looking forward to this, especially with how convoluted some of the things are in this game. I need someone to guide me. So when I met Dude, he loves this game, I was like, hey, why don't we do Dude Souls, where I play and you watch me and you coach me through it. And so that made the game far more enjoyable, but I still do not like it. But I finished because we started it in August of 24, doing it almost every Wednesday night for a few hours, and then I beat the story on January 15th. So that was dubbed Dude Souls Day, and January 15th was just a few days ago, so I streamed another Souls game in honor of that for the anniversary of Dude Souls. So you can go back to the 15th, a couple days ago, and I streamed Elden Ring for about 4 or 5 hours, and I like Elden Ring far, far more than I do Dark Souls. But I don't like Elden Ring, but I like it more than I like Dark Souls. But anyways, I finished the story on January 15th, and I did the entire game on stream. So if you want to go see me rage at it, you can go check out the Dude Souls playlist. And people like watching me suffer through that. And then after I beat it, because I only had half the achievements, there's a bunch of achievements for maxing out all the different weapon types. So I did that off stream, and I wrapped up all the remaining achievements I had in the week after it. So I did finish getting all the achievements probably about a week after I finished it on stream. And then I did have to do I was planning on getting them all in that second playthrough, but there was one achievement I missed, and I didn't realize it till literally like 5 minutes after I missed the point. And so I had to do a third playthrough, a partial playthrough. Fortunately, it was very short. I just had to run. I basically get through the prologue area, and then I was able to just book it through the catacombs directly to where I needed to go in order to get that last achievement. And that last achievement on that third playthrough, I only had to play the game for like 20 minutes to get. But yeah, so while we're on the topic, I will shout it out because I do often mention this. People like watching me suffer, so we will continue Dude Souls with Dark Souls 2 and then 3, but the requirement is that I have to be gifted Dark Souls 2 or 3, but in order on Xbox. If it's gifted on another platform, that doesn't count. If I get gifted Dark Souls 2, and it has to be Dark Souls 2 first and then 3, because I'm not going to play Dark Souls 1 and then 3 and skip 2. It's got to be all 3 of them. But I will do 2 without doing 3. But I won't do 3 without doing 2 first. But if someone gifts me on Xbox Dark Souls 2 and then Dark Souls 3, we will continue Dude Souls, and we'll do Dark Souls 2 and then Dark Souls 3. I don't want to, so that's why I will not buy the game for myself, but if it gets gifted, I will continue the suffering. So, alright. Metroid Prime 1 is still one of the best games I've ever played. Absolutely. Metroid Prime is my favorite Metroid game, and Metroid Prime Remastered is my second favorite Metroidvania of all time, and my third favorite game of all time. Because the only gripe I have with the Prime games are the terrible controls. Dude always gives me crap about this because I played it for so many years. I'm used to the controls. I've played not as many times as Dude, but I've played it many times as well, and I have 100% of the retro achievements on GameCube, so that's not the issue. The fact that the Metroid Prime Remastered gives modern controls makes the game even better than it already was, plus the other quality of life improvements like making it look better and adding the spring ball. So Metroid Prime Remastered is my third favorite game of all time and my number 1 favorite Metroid game and my second favorite Metroidvania. Phenomenal game. The one thing that I was looking at the other day is Metacritic's highest rated games of all time. Metroid Prime is like in the top 10. But Metroid Prime Remastered isn't until like 30 or 40. Explain to me that one when it's everything the original game is, but better. There's absolutely zero reason to play the original version over the remastered unless you're playing it for retro achievements. That's the only reason to play it, because it still has the clunky tank controls if you want to, but it also has motion controls from like the Wii version, and it has modern controls to play it like a more modern first-person shooter. And it looks better, and it runs better, and you have spring balls. So there's literally no possible way that Metroid Prime Remastered could be lower rated than the original when it's everything the original was, but better. That I saw this on the Metacritic highest rated games of all times, and it blew my mind. I'm like, there's no explanation possible that you could make that Metroid Prime Remastered is not better than the original GameCube version. So, but yeah, it is pure. That game is perfection. And that was like 2 years ago. Oh, and you only played Metroid Prime for the first time 2 years ago? It's such a good game. I love Metroid Prime 2 just as much as Prime 1, but Prime Remastered easily takes the cake because of the modern controls over Prime 2. You played Dark Souls Remastered with a friend a few years ago. I like the medieval style of the game, but I thought the game was okay. Yep, I'm not a fan of it. I do give Dark Souls props for being a difficult game, same with Elden Ring. And I find it funny that there's the meme of get good, when in Dark Souls you don't really have to get good because you can go and grind out and get stronger, get better equipment. It is hard. My biggest issue is just how slow and clunky the game is. I like a much more smoother, faster paced game, which is why I'm a huge fan of the Ninja Gaiden games. Ninja Gaiden is the epitome of get good because there is no weapon levels. There's no gear. You can't go and grind out getting your equipment better in Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden, you do have to get good because if you can't get good, you can't get past it. At least in the Souls games, you can usually grind out getting better equipment or better gear. That'll make the fight easier. You don't technically have to get good. If you want to grind for 100 hours to make your stuff better, you can do that and then come back to the fight later. You can't do that in Ninja Gaiden. So Ninja Gaiden is way more get good than the Souls games are. Or on Dolphin, there's the cheats you can enable for Metroid Prime 1 is the one reason I could think people would play. Okay, yeah, if you want to use like cheats and save states and stuff, I will definitely give you that concession, absolutely. If you're playing the game in its original form, which is what I do when I do retro achievements, I play it on hardcore mode, which has stuff like save states and cheats disabled, so I'm playing it just like I would be playing it on a GameCube essentially. Then there's no reason to play it on the GameCube version versus the Switch version, except that the GameCube version has retro achievements, whereas Switch doesn't have support yet. But if you're playing it to add in like a texture pack, or basically like a ROM hack or something, or cheats or save states, absolutely, that is one. I'll give you that. That is a reason why you would want to play the original GameCube version. I will absolutely concede that point. But that's more stuff outside the game than what was in the base game. So. Alright, next up we got Lost Planet 2. My buddy Rozik he loves this game so much, so I bought it because of him. And we played through it when I first bought it a number of years ago. We played through it on normal. The difficulties do not stack, so we ended up playing through it again last year on the easy difficulty, just so I get the easy achievement, because you beat it on normal, but you don't get the easy achievement. But this is a game I've never played this game solo. I've only played it with him. So it's a fun game in co-op, but it's like Borderlands. I would not recommend playing it solo because it's rather boring, but in co-op it's a lot of fun. He has a lot of fun playing it solo. I've never played it solo, but I've only played it with him. But it has some crazy, ridiculous, like over-the-top boss fights, and like one of the early bosses in the game is so big that you can go inside the boss and fight it from the inside, kind of like Lord Jabu Jabu in Ocarina of Time. There's one boss fight where you're on this gigantic train-mounted cannon, and this boss is this it makes no sense why he doesn't just break the train tracks and then it would be game over. But you're fighting this gigantic dune-like sandworm, and you have to, like, what you have to do is you have to have, like, it really takes a lot of coordination, because you gotta have like one person who goes and gets ammo from the ammo dispenser and loads it into the cannon, and then you got another person who has to use like the crane to move the giant shells into position with the crane, and you have to have like another person go and like crank it and load it into the cannon. Then you have one person on the cannon who aims and fires. It is a really cool boss fight. One of the I don't know if I put it on my top 5 boss fights of all time, but I should have. I might not have played it yet when we did top 5 boss fights. But there are some really cool boss fights in Lost Planet 2. I did play the first one way, way, way back in like 2007, but I vaguely remember. The only thing I remember about that game is that I rented it through GameFly and my disc was scratched, so I literally could not beat chapter 7. And these chapters were really long. They're like an hour. And there was a point like 75% of the way through the level where it froze every single time. And I tried this level like 5 or 6 times. It took like 45 minutes each time to get there just to have it freeze on me and I have to start the game over again. I don't know how, but I do remember one time I finally got past that point and I was able to beat the level, and then I was able to beat the rest of the game. I went back to that level and tried to do it again, and then it froze again. So that's basically the only thing I remember about the first one. But Lost Planet 2, great. Is a fun game to play with friends. Alright, so Borderlands, like I mentioned with Borderlands, is not a game I play solo, but I did start playing through, and I'm going to be playing through the whole series with Jason, my top 5 co-host. Tons of fun, because he loves Borderlands, one of his favorite franchises. I played Borderlands 1 and 2 back on 360 back in the day, but I ended up playing 90% of the game solo, and it was so boring. So I was like, I'll play it again if I have something to play with, but I will not play it solo. So we played through Borderlands Game of the Year edition. We did beat the story, and we got through the first DLC, Zombie Island of Dr. Ned. We do have all the achievements in Zombie Island of Dr. Ned. We skipped the Mad Moxie's Underdome DLC. We will do it. I don't know if we'll do it on stream or not, but we'll do it at some point. But we skipped that one and moved on to the next story DLC. And we got started on it. We got the first achievement in that DLC, and then things kind of changed for us, and we haven't played it since. And that was probably back in like September. So we will resume at some point. I don't know when. But we did beat the story of the base game. I just need to go back, and there's a bunch of achievements I still need to get for, like, getting to level 50 and getting each of the 4 different characters to, like, level 10 or something like that. So I still got solo stuff I can do, but we will be continuing that, and then we'll move on to Borderlands 2 and Borderlands pre-sequel 2, 3, Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep, I think, or Tiny Tina's Wonderland, that's the one. And then eventually you get to Borderlands 4, but it'll probably take us years to get through all those. But yeah, everyone knows Borderlands. I'm just not a fan of it playing solo, but I am happy to play it in co-op. So I never played Ninja Gaiden, by the way, but I know that's hard. It's very difficult, but Ninja Gaiden Black is my top 5 games of all time. I love that game so much. And we will be talking about it here in a few minutes because I played through all the Ninja Gaiden games last year in order to prepare for Ninja Gaiden 4. The closest game to something like that I've played is OG Spider-Man movie tie-in game. The hardest difficulty is insane on the game. I did play that game. I don't know if I played it on the hardest difficulty, but I remember playing that on my GameCube way back in the day. I rented it from Blockbuster. And there's no leveling up anything in that game, and there's some missions that are just RNG, it feels like. The only thing I remember about that game is I remember unlocking the Green Goblin at the end, and I was like, oh, this is awesome. So I played through the game again as Green Goblin. It was a completely different experience. That was awesome. But that's basically the only thing I remember about that game. But I know Nightmare would remember because he loves those Spider-Man games. He's played them many times. All right, so next up, Ori and the Blind Forest. As mentioned, there's only 2 Ori games. The Blind Forest is the first one, and it's an excellent game, but I only gave it a 9 out of 10 because my main criticisms with it were addressed in the sequel, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, which is far better, and it is a 10 out of 10. It is, like I said, it's my favorite Metroidvania of all time, and my second favorite game of all time. I did not play Will of the Wisp last year, but I did play Blind Forest on my... I played it while I was on my summer vacation because I have it on Switch, and the Switch version of Ori is one of 4 games, I think, on Switch that you can get Xbox achievements for. One of the other ones is Minecraft, and there's like 2 more. I forget what they are. But I was able to play Ori on my Switch while I was on my overseas vacation and still get achievements, so that's why I played that one. I do have 100% of the achievements on the Xbox version. I don't have 100% of the achievements on the Switch version. I do plan to get those at some point, but the 100% of this game is incredibly difficult because you have to beat the entire game without dying. And there are so many instant death one-hit kills in this game. It is ridiculous. They lightened up on that in Will of the Wisp, so that one is much easier to beat without dying. But this one is ridiculous to beat without dying. So I'm not looking forward to doing that one again. But I did get... the achievements for basically getting 100% of the items, upgrades, and collectibles on the Switch version. But I do have it mastered on Xbox, I just don't have it mastered on Switch. But I will at some point. Green Goblin is amazing on that game. You need to play the 3rd hardest difficulty to unlock him. Oh, okay. I unlocked him, so I must have done that. Oh, the 3rd hardest, though. That's probably like normal and probably not terribly difficult. I know Nightmare loves those games, too. Yes, he does. Flameage says, Ori games on Steam sale at the moment. I'm going to buy Blind Forest probably. Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that. Yes, both the Ori games are on sale on Steam right now. For I believe the first one is like 75% off, so you can get it. It's normally $20. You get it for $5. And Will of the Wisp, the one that's better, is on sale for like 67% off. So it's like $8 down from like $20 or $25. But you can get the bundle of them both, and it's like 70% off. So you can get both of them for like $7. And I actually just bought that yesterday because I'm going to be replaying the Ori games for Metroidvania Monday soon. And the only version of Will of the Wisp I have is the Xbox one, which I already have all the achievements for. So I bought it on Steam. So when I play it again, I'll still be able to play it for some achievements. I'll be playing it for Steam achievements. But yeah, go if you are interested in these games. They are on sale for super cheap on Steam right now, and they are phenomenal. They are excellent, beautiful, masterwork pieces of art. If you were to ask me what's the epitome of a game that represents a work of art, it is the Ori games. They are fan-frickin-tastic. So, but yeah, Ori and the Blind Forest, you know, I've got my Ori shelf right there. I've got my Ori plush, and you can't really see it that well, but that's an Ori shadow box where it depicts different scenes from Ori and the Will of the Wisps. It lights up, but when it's lit up, you can barely even see what it is, so I don't usually turn the light on. There's 4 modes on that game: easy, normal, hero, and superhero. Superhero is the hardest difficulty. That makes sense. Alright, water break. Alright, next up we got Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. I played this entirely on stream for Metroidvania Monday. After I beat this game, I had to reorganize my top 5 Metroidvanias of all time because this game is phenomenal. And it didn't just get into the top 5, it jumped all the way up to 3rd. So number 1 is Ori and the Will of the Wisp, number 2 is Metroid Prime Remastered, and number 3 is Prince of Persia: Lost Crown. This game is excellent. Similar to Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, though, the DLC for this game is atrocious, god-awful garbage. Do not play the DLC for this game unless you are a completionist like me and need to get all the achievements. But the base game is awesome. It is so good. I highly, highly recommend it. It's just a shame that the game did not sell very well, and the studio got like reorganized, and it's very unlikely we'll ever get another Prince of Persia: Lost Crown game. This game was phenomenal. It's probably the best Ubisoft game that's come out in years, and it got very little fanfare. Although everyone that played it loved it, but it didn't do very well on sales, and then the studio got shut down. So it's a 2D side-scrolling Metroidvania. I talked about it in depth on Top 5 last week, on Top 5 games we played in just 2 days ago on Tuesday, because we did Top 5 games we played in 2025. This is absolutely my Top 5 games I played in 2025, and I went into depth then, and also on Achievement Chasers when I talked about it for Achievement Chasers. This game runs so buttery smooth and has some really cool mechanics in it, and the combat and the platforming is just, chef's kiss. So, alright, so next up we got, they're not all next to each other, but I'm going to do them in order. So, the Ninja Gaiden games. So, Ninja Gaiden Black is an original Xbox game, and in my opinion, the best looking game on the original Xbox. It looks like a 360 game. It is gorgeous for an original Xbox game. It was a very late game, late Xbox game, because Xbox 360 came out in 2005, and I think Ninja Gaiden Black came out in either late 2004 or early 2005. So it's late in the console's life cycle, which is probably why it looks so good, but it is beautiful and it runs so smooth. After I beat Dark Souls, because I did not like Dark Souls, I needed a palate cleanser, so I played through Ninja Gaiden Black on stream right after I beat Dark Souls. And I did it on hard difficulty because I played it so many times. I'm like, normal's too easy. I gotta jump it up to hard. So I played through it on hard on stream. So I beat it. There are no achievements for it because it's an original Xbox game, and Xbox games don't have retro achievement support. I will absolutely play it whenever Xbox gets retro achievement support. But I've never been able to beat it on Master Ninja, so I don't have it marked as mastered, because Master Ninja on this game is probably one of the hardest games ever made. And I was not able to beat it. I did beat it on very hard, but I was never able to beat it on Master Ninja, and I gave up on it. So, but Ninja Gaiden Black is just the original Ninja Gaiden that came out on Xbox, but because they released free DLC on Xbox Live at the time, but like no one had Xbox Live back then because it was, people barely had broadband internet yet. They re-released all that DLC on disc as Ninja Gaiden Black. So it's the same game, but with more and better. However, I played that back at the beginning of the year, and then Ninja Gaiden 4 came out in September, and in order to prepare for that, I played through Ninja Gaiden 1, 2, and 3 again, but I played through, for Ninja Gaiden 1, I played through Ninja Gaiden Sigma, which is a version I've never played through before, and the original Ninja Gaiden Black is, in my opinion, a much better version, mainly because in Ninja Gaiden Sigma, Rachel's the main secondary character, but she's only in cutscenes. In Ninja Gaiden Sigma, you actually play as her through a couple levels, and she just is not very good, so it detracts from the experience when it forces you to play as Rachel, and she's not very good, and those are the worst parts of the game easily. So I played through Ninja Gaiden Sigma for the first time. There are some slight tweaks they made from Ninja Gaiden Black to Ninja Gaiden Sigma on what enemies you fight where and some of the rooms and how they're laid out. But for the most part, it's very similar to Black. But if you're going to play between one of the two, I recommend Black. But because of the original Xbox, there are no achievements, whereas Ninja Gaiden Sigma has achievements because it's a newer version. But if you don't care about achievements, I recommend playing Ninja Gaiden Black. Then after Ninja Gaiden Sigma, there are now 3 versions of Ninja Gaiden 2. There's the original version that came out on 360. There is Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2, which I have not yet played. I've played the first 4 or 5 levels, and I see why people say it's, Ninja Gaiden fans say it's really bad, and that is easily the worst version to play. But I've only played the first few levels. I will be playing through it and beating it at some point. I just don't know when. And then there's the recently released Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. Obviously, I went with Ninja Gaiden 2 Black as because I beat Ninja Gaiden 2 way back when it came out, and I think there's only 4 achievements I don't have on. I almost have all the achievements on Ninja Gaiden 2 on 360. There's a couple I'm missing for beating it on the hardest difficulty and beating the challenge mode on the hardest difficulty, but I have almost all the achievements. But I wanted to play something that I could get more achievements for, because I played through Ninja Gaiden 2 on 360. I wouldn't be getting any achievements because I wouldn't be beating it on the hardest difficulty. I'm not ready for that. So it was between Sigma 2 and 2 Black, and obviously I went with 2 Black, and I also had this in my top 5 games I played in 2025. 2 Black was, it was fantastic. It is gorgeous. It runs in Unreal Engine 5. It is beautiful. It's buttery smooth frame rate. Because there's some parts of Ninja Gaiden 2 on 360 where there's so many enemies on screen, it chugs to a crawl. That does not happen on this one. Although they did tone down the number of enemies you're fighting. So I did start on the hard difficulty rather than starting on the easy difficulty. And even on the hard difficulty, it was way too easy. Other than one boss fight where I died 4 or 5 times, I only died in the entire game 1 time. It was way too easy. I think the hard difficulty should have been the standard easy difficulty, and whatever the very hard difficulty is should have been the hard difficulty. Because it was, if you're not huge on the Ninja Gaiden, I would say play Ninja Gaiden Black and then play Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, because Ninja Gaiden 2 was surprisingly easy, but it was very beautiful. They made some slight changes from the original version of Ninja Gaiden 2 that I didn't understand, although Ninja Gaiden 2 Black is based on Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2, where it's like Sigma 1, you have some sections where you play as other characters that aren't Ryu, which kind of detract from the game, which is why adding more content isn't always better, especially if it's a lower quality than what's already in the game. But despite that, I don't know whether I like the original version or 2 Black better, but Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, I very much enjoyed my time with it, and it was great. One of the things that everyone hates on Sigma 2 for is they basically got rid of all the gore and just a lot of the dismemberment, which is a key element to the gameplay. They added that all back in, so you're hacking up enemies, you're cutting off arms and legs, and there's blood everywhere. It's beautiful. So I recommend Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. It was a lot of fun, and it was surprisingly easy for a Ninja Gaiden game. Then there's Ninja Gaiden 3. I've ranted about this many times, but the original release of Ninja Gaiden 3 is one of the worst games ever. I think I gave it a 1 out of 10. Because they took everything that made a Ninja Gaiden game and removed it from the game on the original release of Ninja Gaiden 3. Then, like Ninja Gaiden Black, they re-released it a year later, but they added all that content back in. And that's what Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge is. So it's far better than the original release, but it's still not good, which, as you can see, I only gave it a 4 out of 10. So it's still terrible, but it's not as bad as it was. There are 2 versions. They are the exact same, but there's the 360 version, which I got through Games with Gold a number of years ago. I beat that one in 2024 for the first time. And then in 2025, leading up to the release of Ninja Gaiden 4, I played through the Xbox One version of Razor's Edge, Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge. They're exactly the same game. There are no changes whatsoever. Just there's 2 sets of achievements, because one's a 360 version and one's an Xbox One version. And the 360 version is backwards compatible, so you could pick either one. But if you're going to play it, I don't recommend playing Ninja Gaiden 3 in any form, but if you're going to, play the Xbox One version of Razor's Edge. If you're going to. So I literally beat Razor's Edge the day that Ninja Gaiden 4 came out and immediately started into Ninja Gaiden 4. It's not right here because, like I said, these are in a completely arbitrary order. But I did also beat Ninja Gaiden 4, and I started it the day it came out. I think I gave it an 8 out of 10. It's a excellent, excellent game. It is an awesome hack and slash. It's beautiful. It's a gorgeous looking game. It's very fluid. The combat mechanics are super detailed. Like the combat mechanics are so much more in depth than the previous Ninja Gaiden games. I'll give it that. Like, I unlock all these abilities that I never even used because it's like there's no way when you're fighting so many enemies and it's just such fast-paced combat, I can't even think about using all these like more difficult combos. You have to get really good at it, which you could, but it plays very differently than the previous Ninja Gaiden games, and that's like my biggest issue with it is as a Ninja Gaiden game, it's got Ninja Gaiden, as the title, Ninja Gaiden 4. It's a disappointment to me as a Ninja Gaiden game, but as a hack and slash, it absolutely excels. It's a fantastic game. My biggest issues is just the fact that it has Ninja Gaiden on it. If it was, called Platinum's hack and slash, Platinum's latest hack and slash game, I would not have those gripes with it. But the fact that it is a Ninja Gaiden game, I've got a lot of issues with it. It's still a great game though, so I absolutely recommend Ninja Gaiden 4. It's light years better than Ninja Gaiden 3 by a long shot. And I will be writing a review for Ninja Gaiden 4 at some point, and I'll be going into all that. So if you do join GameShelf, you'll be able to go and look at Ninja Gaiden 4 and read my review of it eventually and everything that disappointed me about it as a Ninja Gaiden game. And I've talked about it on some streams as well, like on Achievement Chasers. But great game. I definitely recommend it. It is fantastic. Next up, we got Anthem. Carl dragged me into this because when it got announced back in July that it was shutting down in January, he's like, hey, who wants 100% this with me? And I was like, I'll do it. And then I played with him once in July, and then I never played with him again. So I played the entire game in solo, but I didn't mind. I actually rather enjoyed it. I think this game got way more hate than it deserved. As you can see, I gave it a 7.5 out of 10. It had so much potential. It's a bummer that they didn't give it, because they were going to rebuild it and re-release it with like a 2.0 version, and then they scrapped that. I think this could have been a great game. The mech suits and flying around like Iron Man is freaking awesome. But it was so close, but it missed the mark. I did 100% it before it left, before the servers got shut down, which would have been about a week and a half ago. I'm pretty sure it shut down on January 12th. I finished getting my last achievement either like at the very end of November or the very beginning of December, so I still had plenty of time left. But I finished getting all the achievements, got 100% in it. As you see, I have it marked as mastered. Most of the achievements were fairly straightforward. There was only one achievement that was really difficult because except for this one achievement, the difficulty ratio was only, the highest one was like a 2.4, and the hardest one was like a 7.5, so it was significantly higher, but it was just for collecting all the collectibles, which is a royal pain in the butt. Some of them are static and don't move, but some other ones move around the map, so you just gotta fly around hoping to find the collectibles, which it dragged out the playtime by a lot. So that was my biggest issue with the achievements, is just that one stupid collectible achievement. But I did 100% it before it shut down, and that game is offline. You'll never be able to play it again. Next up, we got both Space Marine games. I bought Space Marine 1 on Steam because the 360 version is been delisted, so you have to get the physical copy, and the physical copy is kind of a collector's edition and is kind of pricey. So I ended up buying it on Steam for a couple bucks when it was on sale, and then I had been not even launched it yet. And then the Master Crafted remastered version came to Game Pass, so I was like, oh, well, I'll just play that one. So I played that one. I did not like it as much as I was hoping I would. It was still a good game. I still had a lot of stuff to go back and do in that game. Same with Space Marine 2. But if you like Gears of War, you'll probably like it, but there's some things that really irked me about the game. There was this one fight like late in the game that was completely and utterly broken. I don't know how this ever got past like the QA team. It's like, how did this make it into the final cut of the game? But I beat that and then immediately went into Space Marine 2, which I played the entire thing in co-op. And oh my goodness, Space Marine 2 is such a massive improvement on the first one. And Space Marine 2, I didn't put it in my top 5 games I played in 2025, but it was close. I think I put it on my honorable mentions, but I think it just barely got edged out of my top 5. But Space Marine 2 was awesome. And you can play the whole thing in co-op, which you can't do with Space Marine 1. Space Marine 1 does have a co-op mode, but it's a separate mode that's separate from the campaign. But Space Marine 2 was, oh, it was a great game. I still got tons more to do in that game. I'm looking forward to playing it more. But, oh, Space Marine 2 was great. If you haven't played it and you like, third-person shooters and you like giant hulking mechs of men with really cool guns and swords and stuff, and you're tearing, xenomorphs, because that's what they look like. They look like xenomorphs from Alien, to shreds, and you're cutting them in half, and, all sorts of awesome executioners and execution animations and stuff. Space Marine 2, go play it, and it just joined Game Pass, or it's about to join Game Pass as well. Because Space Marine Mastercraft Edition, like I said, joined Game Pass, so that's how I was able to play that one. Space Marine 2, my buddy Rozik, who I game share with, he bought it, so I had access to it, so we played it together. But it just joined Game Pass just within like the last week or so. So if you have Game Pass, you can go play it depending on what tier you have. Doom. I was planning on going through all the Doom games, but I didn't even make it past Doom 1 because I got stuck on it because the 4th chapter of Doom, even on normal difficulty, is retardedly difficult. So I just had like all the wind taken out of my sails, where I have zero desire to keep playing Doom 1, but I need to go back and finish it so I can get through Doom 2, Doom 64, Doom 3, Doom 2016, Doom Eternal, and then finally Doom Dark Ages, which I have not played yet, but I really want to play it. But I did do Doom 1+2. I was playing through Doom 1, like legitimately, but I was like, you know what? I'm just going to play a different version of Doom 1 for retro achievements and play through that in its entirety. So Doom 1+2 is kind of like Duke Nukem earlier, where you can get all the achievements in a couple of hours by just using the cheats to jump around to different levels, and then fulfilling whatever requirement you need to on that level, and you can get all the achievements really quickly. So I didn't actually play through Doom 1 and 2 in its entirety in this version, but I am doing it on an older version for retro achievements. So that's why I felt, in my head, I was like, yeah, I'll go ahead and just do it the cheese way, rather than actually playing through Doom 1+2 in its entirety. So I already talked about the other Ninja Gaiden games. Next up, we got we got Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3+4. This launched day 1 into Game Pass. I was playing this on day 1. This was my single most time in a game for 2025. It's been in my quick resume since launch day. I play it almost every day for a couple minutes because there's so much stuff to do in this game. Because you got to beat it both, all 9 levels of Tony Hawk 3 and all 10 levels of Tony Hawk 4 with all 30 characters. So that's I have a spreadsheet for tracking my progress, because 30 skaters with 19 levels each is, what's the math on that? So let's say 30 times 20, that's like 500. So minus 19, so that's like 481, I want to say. Did I get the math right on that? There's 481 levels you got to beat, essentially. And I'm only about 35% of the way through it. And it's just one of those games I piecemeal. I play it for a few minutes. I beat 1 or 2 levels a day with a character until I finish all the levels with that character. Then I'll move on to the next one. So I'm slowly making my way through it. And there's still a couple other achievements I have left, but I have all but like 4 or 5 achievements in this game, and I love it. Not as much as Tony Hawk 1+2. That one is a better collection, and that was my most played game in 2024 for the exact same reason, because I kept it my quick resume and just play the 1 or 2 levels every day with the skater until I beat the game with every skater. And that one only had like 20 skaters. This one has 10 more skaters, so there's even more stuff to do in this one. I love Tony Hawk games, and I have no problem, taking over a year to beat this game, playing it here and there. And I've always got, if I have a couple minutes where I only have like 5 or 10 minutes to play, and I don't want to get into something deep that's going to take a lot of, thought, or, I don't want to get caught in the middle of a story, I boot this up and play it for a couple minutes while, like, my dinner's in the oven or something. Oh, I'm heating dinner up. So, it's more Tony Hawk. You know what to expect. If you like Tony Hawk, you'll probably like it. If you don't like Tony Hawk, then you probably won't. Aim Labs. Let's see here. How far are we? Oh, we're almost there. We're getting down towards the bottom. So, Aim Labs is a free-to-play game. It's basically like a, I wouldn't even call it a game. It's more like a tool for like professional first-person shooter gamers to hone their skills. And there's all sorts of different like exercises you can do to get better at first-person shooting and tweak and find out what's the exact right sensitivity for you. And it's just like for getting better at first-person shooting, but it's got achievements for it, and it's free. So I was like, I don't really care about that because I don't do PvP. I'm not trying to get good at MLG first-person shooter games. So I have all but one achievement, and that's because I have that achievement loaded up in case I'm kind of in an emergency. So it has like 14 achievements, and you can get 12 of them in probably like 20 or 30 minutes. The other 2 achievements, one is for like completing 100 tasks, which probably takes like an hour or 2, and then the other achievement is for completing like 500 tasks. So that one probably takes a couple hours. So the overall time for beating it is probably like 6 hours, but it's really boring because all you have to do is start up one of the exercises. The shortest one is 30 seconds. Just start it and let it run, and then when it finishes, start it again and let it run, and then start it and let it run. You don't even have to do anything. So I'm at 498, so I only need 2 more, which would take about a minute to get that last achievement. But I'm holding that one just in case because I like to get an achievement every day to keep my achievement streak alive. And my current achievement streak is, let me pull it up here. I am almost at 10,000 achievements, and I am at 1,645 days. So my current achievement streak, where I've gotten at least one achievement every day, started in July of 2021. And I've been kept it alive for 1,645 days, despite going overseas on a cruise where I had almost no internet connection. I was able to keep my achievement streak alive, and I have currently 9,955 achievements in that streak. So I only have 45 more achievements, and I'll hit 10,000 achievements in that streak. So I keep a couple of what I call emergency achievements in my back pocket, essentially, in case it gets down to 11:30 at night and I still don't have an achievement for the day. I'll go and pop one of my emergency achievements. So I'm keeping that one in the back burner for when I need it and I have no time to game for a day and I need to get an achievement to keep my streak alive. I have one achievement left in this game and I can get it in a matter of a minute. So I did mark it mastered because I only have a minute left to get all the achievements in this game. But that's why, if you go and look at it, I have one achievement left, but I have it marked as mastered and that's the reason why. Next up, I have talked about this game a lot. I talked about it briefly on Top 5 the other night, and I've gone into autistic detail about it on a couple months of Achievement Chasers. Exophobia. As I mentioned earlier, while talking about Journey to the Savage Planet, I can count on one hand the number of first-person Metroidvanias there are. This is one of them, and it looks and plays like classic pixel art Doom from the early 90s, but it's a Metroidvania. So I've had a lot of fun with this game. It's a bit convoluted there. It could use some work because the way the map is laid out could use some work because you can go to, there's 4 floors and you can go to any floor you want at any time. But there's no way to know which floor you need to go to proceed to get your next item. So the in-game, it could use some clarity to help guide you. But because other than the developer himself, I'm probably the foremost expert on this game in the entire world because I've spent so much time like cataloging things. I've gone and made a number of achievement guides for this game for where there's like 3 or 4 different types of collectibles in this game. And because this has such a small player base, there's literally probably less than 300 people who have played this game across all platforms. Xbox, PC, and PlayStation. So there's like no information out there on this game. So I went and created both video guides for all the collectible types. So if you go on my channel, you'll find a bunch of videos for this game, and they're all under my achievement guides playlist, and you'll find all the videos I made for it. So I made videos for where all of each of the collectibles are, and I also made I took a screenshot of the entire map for each floor, and I documented on it where all the collectibles are located and numbered them, and where all the items are that you need to get in order to progress through the game. So if you get lost, you can find stuff or just ask me, and I'd be happy to help you with the game. And my The map, though, you can basically tell you exactly where you need to go just by looking at the numbers and the key to figure out where you need to go to beat the game. But yeah, it's a first-person shooter Metroidvania, and it looks and plays like classic pixel art Doom. A lot of fun, and it's great, and I've beaten it many times now. I've been in personal contact with the developer of the game, mainly because the only 2 achievements I'm missing are broken on Xbox. You cannot get them, and I'm just waiting for the patch to come out. I plan to be the very first person on Xbox to master the game and get all the achievements. There are people who have all the achievements on Steam because he has patched the Steam version, but that patch has not come to the consoles yet. So once they do, I'm queued up. I will probably be able to get those last 2 achievements within like 10 minutes of the patch being released. Because I'm queued up, I'm ready to go and get those last 2 achievements. I just can't get them until they're fixed. And I should be the first person because there's one achievement in this game. I'm the only person on the planet that has this achievement on Xbox. There's a couple people who have it on Steam, but I'm the only person who has it on Xbox, and that's for beating the boss rush without taking damage, which not only is difficult in and of itself, but the fact that the game freezes on the final boss fight in the boss rush many, many times. So it was just getting to the final boss without taking damage is hard enough, but then the fact that you have to hope that the game doesn't freeze in the final boss fight and then you have to reset is just a roll of the dice. And it took me like 20 or 30 attempts to finally be able to have both the stars align where I was able to make it to the final boss fight without taking damage and then not having it freeze and then be able to beat the final boss without taking damage. And I did it. I have the achievement. I'm the only one who has the achievement on Xbox. So because of that, even if the patch drops and I don't know about it, but I'm keeping an eye on it every day. I look to see if there an update releases. I should still be the first one to get the other 2 achievements, because some people did get those achievements before they broke, but no one else has got this achievement for the boss rush since. So they'd have to get that achievement in order to get all the achievements, and I already have it, so I have a huge leg up. But yeah, I'm probably the foremost expert on this game on the planet, other than the developer himself. Next up is Split Fiction. This was in my top 5 games I played in 2025. I think it was my number 2. This game is fantastic. This is, basically a spiritual sequel down the line from Brothers: Tale of Two Sons. Not from the same studio, but it's from the same guy. He was the head of the creative mind behind both those games. Joseph Fares. He did the Brothers games. He did A Way Out, which Carl and I have recently started. So we're making our way through it slowly, but time has been a bit difficult. We've only been able to play it once, but we're planning on getting through that whole game. Then once we do that, I'll be playing It Takes Two for the very first time. And then hopefully Split Fiction comes to Game Pass via EA Play, because it's an EA published game. Because Carl bought it and he shared his friend pass with me. The person who plays with friend pass does not get any achievements. So I've beaten it, but I have 0 achievements. So we're going to play through it again once I have the ability to get achievements for it, and I'm going to master it and get all the achievements. But this game is phenomenal. It has some really out there, in a good way, concepts. The last act of the game just blew my mind. I was like, holy crap, the stuff that's going on is nuts in the best way possible. There are so many different genres of games inside this game. Literally every single level could be built out into its own game. There's all these cool mechanics that are only used for a short period of time, and then you never see them again. So it's like a collection of all sorts of really cool ideas, and there's a lot of homages to some older games like Contra, or like Wave Race, Zelda, Pinball. There's so many cool callbacks to other games and some cool concepts that could be turned into games in and of themselves. So it is co-op only, so you have to have someone to play it with. But if you have a co-op buddy, I highly recommend playing Split Fiction. This was a great game, and I think it deserved way more attention at the Game Awards than it got. And then, basically, next up we have a bunch of Metroid games, because I played through basically the entirety of the Metroid franchise on Metroidvania Monday. Although not all of them I did on stream, like Metroid and Metroid 2, I didn't do those on stream, but I did play through them. I could do an entire 6-hour stream just talking about the Metroid games. Flamemate says, I was watching Company Boys play Split Fiction. Looked fantastic. It is great. Minus the dialogue. Yeah, the story's not, it's okay. It's nothing to write home about. It's not mind-blowing, but the gameplay is fantastic. So, But yeah, so I played the original NES, because Metroid is my second favorite franchise of all time. I played Zero Mission, which is a remake of the first one, and I played AM2R, which is a fan-made remake of Metroid 2. I'd never played the original versions of those games, so I was like, I owe it to myself to go back and play the originals and get extra bonus points for our challenge, because if you play the original versions, you get more points than playing a remake. So I went back and played the original NES Metroid for the very first time, and God, this game is awful. It sucks so bad. I'm glad it spawned my second favorite franchise of all time, but my God, the first Metroid is a terrible game. As you can see, I gave it a 3 out of 10. This game sucks balls. And it's a shame, because there's so many little tweaks that could make it a drastically better game. I will be writing a review for it probably next week, going over everything that makes this game so bad. There are I know that ROM hacks exist that basically address those issues. I haven't played them yet, but the base original game of Metroid is so bad. I've gone into detail about how bad this game is on previous streams. If you want to hear my in-depth thoughts, I'll be writing an in-depth review of it soon. So if you join GameShelf, you can go and read my review. As you can see, Metroid 2 has the purple icon here. I wrote that review today. So I'm going to be going through and writing an in-depth review on all the Metroid games. But I just beat Metroid 2 last night again. But I did beat it for the first time about this time last year. And the reason why I beat it again is because I went through and I got the last retro achievement I was missing for beating it under 3 hours. So I got that achievement. I now have 100% and have all the achievements in Metroid 2. My second mastery, where I got all the achievements on Game Boy, and also my second game that dude wrote the achievements for on Retro Achievements that I got all the achievements in. The other one is he wrote the achievements for Link's Awakening, and I also mastered that, which I'll be talking about shortly because I did that last year. But yeah, Metroid 1 is terrible. Metroid 2 is a drastic improvement on the first game in nearly every way. There's a couple parts where it takes like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but a lot of people hate on it. I think it deserves more credit than it gets. It was a Game Boy game, so it's limited to what it can do, but it is drastically a better game than the first one. As you can see, it's not that high on my my tier of Metroid games. I gave it a 6 out of 10, which I think is pretty fair. But given how bad the first one is, it is so much better. And if you want to hear my deep thoughts on it, go ahead and sign up for GameShelf and then read my review on it that I wrote for it today. Then next up is Super Metroid. Where is Super Metroid? Super Metroid's right there. This was the first time I replayed Super Metroid in a long time. It's been many, many years since I replayed it. Like Hollow Knight, this one gets, I think, overly praised. My nose itches so much. It's a great game, but I don't think it deserves as much praise as it usually gets. It could use a lot of quality of life improvements, and it would be a drastically better game, just like Metroid 1. But it is a great game. I definitely recommend you play it if you are a fan of Metroidvanias. It basically is Metroid originally came out in 86, but this is the game that, just like the game is called Metroidvania because of the Metroid franchise and Castlevania, just like Castlevania Symphony of the Night, which is like the 5th Castlevania game, was the first one that was a Metroidvania, and part of the reason for the name of the franchise. Super Metroid is really the game that put the Metroid in the Metroidvania genre name. Great game, but like I said, I'm going to be writing reviews for all of these, so if you want to hear my in-depth thoughts, you'll be able to read them here soon. But I talked about this on Top 5 the other night, because it was in my Top 5. Super Metroid GBA Edition. This is actually a ROM hack for Metroid Zero Mission that rebuilds Super Metroid, rebuilds Super Metroid within the building blocks of Metroid Zero Mission. And in my opinion, this is a much improved, superior version than the original Super Nintendo version. As you can see, I gave it a 9.5 out of 10. And it basically addresses all of my issues with the original Super Nintendo version. The number one thing that still baffles my mind is how is a Game Boy Advance game with 2 less buttons able to make much better use of the buttons than well, Super Nintendo has the two shoulders and 4 face buttons, whereas Game Boy Advance only has 2 shoulder buttons, but only 2 face buttons. And those 2 face buttons are much better utilized than the 4 face buttons are on Super Metroid. So the controls in Super Metroid, I don't know what the heck they were thinking when they designed it, but the controls on the Game Boy Advance games are way superior, and that alone makes this version, in my book, way better. There was a couple of things that they couldn't do because the assets didn't exist in the game, but I think that's a minor. That's why I give it a 9.5 out of 10. But for the most part, I think it's a much better version. There are a couple other. I did mention this on Top 5 the other night. There's a couple other Super Metroid ROM hacks that I've heard are better than this one that address some of those issues with Super Metroid. One is actually a Super Metroid hack, and one of them is another zero mission hack. They're called Super Metroid Revamp and Super Metroid Redux. So, hopefully those will get achievements at some point, and I can play those and compare those to this one and the original and see how I like those ones, see if they are, in fact, better. But yeah, Super Metroid, Metroid GBA Edition, Metroid Fusion is next. I played this, oh my goodness, I probably played through this game like 15 times last year. It is rather quick, and I played two versions of the US version and the Japanese version because there are actually 2 separate achievement stacks on Retro Achievements for them, and so I played them both, and I have all but like 4 achievements in both. I have very high completion percentage in both, but there are some achievements that I will likely never get for like beating the game on hard in under 2 hours and get 100% items collected. It's like, that's not going to happen. So I have most of the achievements. I don't have the stupid hard ones like that. And then the other ones that I don't have that are actually like skill difficulty, not like speedrunning difficulty, is for beating the game on low percentage, which means only collecting like the 2 or 3 power-ups that are required. Obviously the ones that you are required to beat the game for, like, you know, super missiles and power bombs, but you can't pick up any of the extra tanks to get more ammo or health or any energy tanks. You have to have just basically your starting missile count and your starting power bomb count and your starting health count. You have to make it through the whole game. There's one boss that makes that incredibly difficult, Yakuza, which is the spider boss about midway through the game. I cannot beat him on the low percentage. And all of the bosses of the game also have an achievement for beating them without taking damage. He's also the only boss I have not been able to beat without taking damage. I've beaten all the other ones, but that one I have not been able to do without taking damage. So those are basically the only achievements I have left. Do I not have Zero Mission? Oh, that's right. I didn't do Zero Mission last year. I did Zero Mission the year before. But Metroid Fusion and then Metroid Dread is Metroid 5. Played through that one again because I was playing through them in order. Fantastic game. Got a couple gripes. My biggest issue is just the last couple of enemy sections are way more difficult than they should be. But the game is beautiful and runs buttery smooth and is a wonderful return to form to 2D Metroid, since the last one was Metroid Fusion on Game Boy Advance nearly 20 years prior. Although Dread came out, I don't remember what year it came out, but I only played it for the first time in 2024, and then I replayed it for the first. My first replay was in 2025. I did my first playthrough just on my own, and then my second playthrough, which is my first replay, was the one I did on stream for Metroidvania Monday. The gripes that I have about Super Metroid, if we got Super Metroid rebuilt and remastered and it looks and plays like Metroid Dread, that would be my number one game I would want to remake or not a remake but a remaster of, would be Super Metroid Dread. And that might take the cake as the best Metroid game, because that would be phenomenal if we got it to look and run as smoothly as Dread. That would be chef's kiss. I would love to see a Super Metroid remaster, but they have to do it right. Then I also went through the Prime games. I went through Metroid Prime Remastered again, and I talked about that one a little bit earlier. That is the best Metroid game in my opinion, and Prime Remastered is my second favorite Metroid, I think my third favorite game of all time. That game is wonderful. And then because I already had all the achievements for Retro Achievements for Metroid Prime 1 is the first game I ever mastered on Retro Achievements. I had all the achievements, so there's no reason for me to go back and play the GameCube version. So obviously I played through Metroid Prime Remastered with the modern controls on Metroidvania Monday, since there were no achievements to get. Then I did Metroid Prime 2 Echoes on stream. I had already previously beaten it on normal, but I hadn't beat it on hard. So when I beat it on stream, I did it on hard so I could get all the retro achievements for hard difficulty. And I still have like 4 or 5 achievements left that I need to go back and get for beating a couple of these bosses in under really short time frames. And I also have to beat the speedrun achievement for beating the game in under like 4 hours, which I plan to do soon. And then Metroid Prime 3, Wii does not have Retro Achievement support, but it is launching in March, so that's going to be the very first Retro Achievement game I play when Retro Achievements adds Wii support. But I played through it on stream for Metroidvania Monday with no achievements, but I did beat it. I didn't, because there were no achievements tied to it, I just did an any percent run. I think at the end of the game, I only had like 40 or 50% of the collectibles, but when I go, once it has achievements, I'm absolutely going to play through it for 100% and get all the get all the achievements for beating it, getting all the collectibles. So, very much looking forward to playing Prime 3 again. You know, it is my least favorite of the Prime games, but it's still great. As you can see, I rank Prime Remastered 10. Prime 1 isn't shown here because I didn't do that one last year, the GameCube version. But Prime 1 and Prime 2, I think I both have 9.5, and then Prime 3 at a 9. And then I did, on Metroidvania Monday, after Prime 3, I did Other M, which you can see here. When that game originally came out, I played it pretty soon after it launched, and it got a lot of hate, but I was like, it wasn't that bad. I didn't mind it. Back in like 2012 or whenever I first played it. Playing it again for the first time in like 13 years, it was almost like a first playthrough because I barely remember any of the game. Oh my god, I hate Other M. That game is so freaking bad. But like Metroid, the original Metroid, there are so many little tweaks that you could do to make it a drastically better game. And I've heard that those tweaks have been made in a ROM hack called Metroid like Maximum Velocity Edition or something like that, or Metroid Other M Redux or something like that. I know it's out there, and I will be playing Other M, unfortunately, again, when Retro Achievement support it gets added for Wii, because I do know that Other M is one of the games that will have achievements. So unfortunately, I will be playing it again for Retro Achievements, but not on stream. I'm hoping, though, that the remake ROM hack that addresses those, I hope that also gets an achievement set so I can play that and probably have a much better time. But as you can see, Other M, I gave it a 1.5 out of 10. I hate this game after replaying it. I probably would have gone into it saying it was probably like a 5 out of 10, but after replaying it, I'm like, oh my god, I hated this game so much. So I gave it a 1.5. You can go watch me on Metroidvania Monday. I played the whole thing on stream, and oh my god, I hate this game. It didn't have to be so bad, though. It could have been so much better. And then it's not grouped here. Wait, where's Metroid Prime 4? Did I not mark it as a game I beat? Am I not seeing it? I beat Prime. Huh. I beat Prime 4 last year, but I must not have added it to this list. All right, let's see. I'm gonna add it then. Add to list. Games beat in 2025. Why did I not mark that? Wait, I did beat it in 2025, right? Let's go see. I did the whole thing on stream. Oh, there it is. Metroid Prime 4. I finished it 4 weeks ago. What day was this? December 23rd. So yeah, I just somehow forgot to mark it as, put it on my list for games that I beat in 2025. That was a terrible spot to pause. But alright, so yeah, I did beat it in 2025. I just forgot to add it to my list. where does it show up? Is that at the bottom of the list? Yep, it added to the bottom. So, since we're on the topic of Metroid right now, I will continue. I'll just finish off talking about Metroid. So, Metroid Prime 4, we are going to go on into autistic depth about this game. Oh, what the heck? Why the heck did my stream end? I'm still live on YouTube, right? Why did Hold on. What the heck? I have no idea what the heck just happened, but for some reason, yeah, my YouTube stream is still live, but all my other platforms, they just died. So I have no idea why. I didn't click anything. I didn't lose connection. My other... all my other platforms, Twitch, Kick, and Rumble, all just disconnected for no reason whatsoever. I have no idea why. Stupid piece of crap. But we're getting close to the end anyways, so... but yeah, Metroid Prime 4, this time next week, we're doing a roundtable, and we're talking about it and going in depth. As you see, I gave it a 7 out of 10. It was... I enjoyed it, but it has a lot of problems, and it's easily the worst of the Prime games by a long shot. I still enjoyed my time with it, but we'll be getting into it a lot next week on our roundtable on Thursday night about what it does right, what it does wrong. But overall, I enjoyed my time with it, but it was a massive disappointment for a Metroid Prime game, especially after 18 years since the last one. Yeah, so, alright, so, Metroid Juicy Mission was a little micro ROM hack. That one only took like an hour. That was just a fun little one to do. Super Metroid Green Peace, that's another little ROM hack. I still have like one achievement left that I don't know how it's physically possible. You have to beat it in under like a minute and a half, and I don't know how that's possible. The best I've gotten is like a minute 45. Salt Mission's another little quick micro ROM hack. Beat that one in like an hour or so. There's a couple other ROM hacks. Oh, Samus goes to the fridge to get a glass of milk. 1, 2, and 3. I did all of those. The first one is actually a Metroid Fusion hack. This one right here. Samus goes to the fridge to get a glass of milk. 2 is a Metroid 2 hack. And Samus goes to the fridge to get a glass of milk 3D is a Metroid Prime hack. They're all very short. Only took like an hour or so to get them all. Then Urinary Samus is also a Metroid 2 hack. Also very short. So Little Bubble is a... I forget which one this is, whether it's a Super Metroid or a Zero Mission hack. Very short. I actually still have 1 or 2 more achievements on this one to get, because even though it's only like 5 or 10 minutes long, it's kind of tricky. But I just played a bunch of little ROM hacks for Metroid games that were fun, little palette cleansers. So that kind of wraps up all the Metroid games. We'll go ahead and go on to Mega Man. So, for our challenge, I was planning on getting through Mega Man's 1 through 8, at least. I still have that goal because I want to play them all for retro achievements, and then Mega Man 8, 9, and 10 were on Wii, so those are getting retro achievement support, so I'll be able to play those ones again for achievements once that launches. But I didn't get very far. I only got through Mega Man's 1 and 2. I did play Mega Man 1, the NES version, but because there's no passwords and no save system, when you shut the game off, every time you have to start over from the beginning. I got all the way to like the second to last boss or the final boss of the game, and I couldn't beat it. And I ended up, long story short, I turned it off, and I was like, I'm not doing that all over again because that game is a pain in the ass. So I don't have the original NES version on here as beaten because I didn't actually beat the final boss, but I did get to the final boss, or the level before the final boss. So I was like, I'll beat a different version. And so I ended up playing Mega Man Powered Up. This was on my top 5 games I played in 2025. This is a PSP like ground up remake of the original Mega Man game, and this is absolutely the definitive best way to play the original Mega Man. This game is fantastic, and my second most played game for the year. I love this game. Go listen to top 5 2025 games from Tuesday, and I go on not a rant, but I go into detail about everything that is great about this game. As you see, I gave it a 9.5 out of 10. There is so much content packed into this game, and easily the best way to play the original Mega Man. And it is great. It's bright and colorful, and it's got this cute chibi art style, and there are so many characters to unlock, and they all play differently. This game is phenomenal. The only bummer is that it's basically trapped on the PSP. But I highly recommend playing Mega Man Powered Up. And then I did get through beating the story of Mega Man 2. I still got a bunch of achievements left, but I did beat the story of Mega Man 2, and that's as far as I got in the Mega Man franchise. So next up will be Mega Man 3, and I'm planning to get from Mega Man 3 through 8 before around the time we launch his Retro Achievement support in March. So more Mega Man. I played through Mega Man Extreme again, which I hadn't played since, because these are both Game Boy Color games, and I hadn't played Mega Man Extreme since I was a kid. And it's weird, because Mega Man Extreme is kind of like a weird mashup of Mega Man X's 1 and 2. And I really liked it. I didn't rate it, but I think I've got like 2 achievements left that are really difficult. And then I played Mega Man Extreme 2 for the very first time, and the systems in this one were kind of complicated. I talked about these probably around February on Achievement Chasers, so I'll go, if you want to know more about it, you can go listen to Achievement Chasers, and I'll go hear more of my detailed thoughts about it. But I like Mega Man Extreme 1 much more than 2, especially 2 had this one boss near the end of the game. It was like one of the worst designed bosses in all of Mega Man. It was terrible, and just some of the systems are really convoluted, but once you figure it out, you become like ridiculously powerful, and it makes the game a cakewalk on Extreme 2. But both games, I have almost all the achievements. I probably have maybe 4 or 5 achievements left in both of them. So I think that wraps it up for Mega Man games for the year. I also played Bionic Commando Rearmed, which is one of the games I had on Game Boy Color as a kid, and it was great playing through this game again. I had a lot of fun. I've never played any of the other... Well, I played Bionic Commando Rearmed because that was an Xbox Live Arcade game. That was kind of a reboot of the franchise. And then I did play Bionic Commando on 360, the actual Spider-Man semi-open world game. And that game, this is back in the day, but I think that game was better than most people gave it credit for as well, but it had a really dumb story. But I played those games because I had this one as a kid, and this one was a lot of fun. And this is one of my few Retro Achievement Masteries. I got all the achievements in this game, and it was a lot of fun playing through this game again and being able to master it. And it's one of my... I think I have 13 Retro Achievement Masteries now, but half of them are these, Metroid micro hacks that don't really count because it only takes an hour to beat anyways. So I think I have 6 or 7 legitimate full game masteries, and Bionic Commando and Metroid Prime are 2 of them. Since we're on the topic, I'll go ahead and move on to the Zelda games. Link's Awakening and Link's Awakening DX. I do have the mastery in both of these as well. I have all the achievements. And as I mentioned earlier when talking about Metroid 2, where Dude wrote the achievement set for him, Dude also wrote the achievements for the original Game Boy version of Link's Awakening. So I played that and mastered it and got all the achievements. Then I immediately started Link's Awakening DX, which is the Game Boy Color version, which is the one that I had as a kid, and I mastered that one as well. But the original Game Boy version only has 30 achievements, and they're all pretty straightforward. The Link's Awakening DX version has 110 achievements. I think it's the game that I have mastered that has the most achievements in it, because they added tons more achievements for doing a lot of the side content stuff. And even after playing both of these back to back, which probably took about 30 hours, probably about 15 hours each, I still wasn't ready to be done. I wanted there to be more because I love this game. This is the game that got me into Zelda as a kid. It was my first Zelda game. I love this game, so I had a lot of fun replaying this one for the first time in a very, very long time. I have the Link's Awakening remaster on Switch, which I played in 2024, but I didn't play that one in 2025. I just played these 2. But yeah, I love these games, and Link's Awakening DX is in my top 5 Zelda games. So, I'll go back up here just a tad to the Donkey Kong Country games. These are also games that I played while I was on my European vacation over the summer. I played through Donkey Kong Countries 1, 2, and 3. And all my retro achievement games I do right here on my Retroid Pocket Flip 2. I'm on my Game Boy games right now because there's Metroid 2, because that's what I was playing yesterday. And I'm getting all the achievements in. So I had this on my trip, and this is what I used to play my retro achievements on, both when I'm at home, but it also helped that I was able to play it when I was on my vacation across the world. And I played through the Donkey Kong Countries 1, 2, and 3. I have about 80% of the achievements for all 3 of them. I got the achievement. Donkey Kong Country 1 has 101% achievement, Donkey Kong Country 2 has 103% achievement, and Donkey Kong Country 3 has 105% achievement. I got all 3 of those for basically collecting everything in the game. All the achievements I have left on each one of them is for like beating the entire game in under like an hour and a half or something. And then there's a bunch of levels that have specific achievements for like beat this level without taking damage, or beat this level and keep your animal buddy alive till the end, or beat this level without jumping. Just dumb stuff like that. I'll have to go back and get those achievements, but I did beat the story and got all the collectibles for all 3 of these games. So, and these are my preferred platformers over Mario. I was always a Donkey Kong over Mario as a kid. Donkey Kong Country 3 is the only one I actually owned. I only ever borrowed or rented Donkey Kong Countries 1 and 2 until I bought them on the Wii shop. I have the physical cartridge for Donkey Kong Country 3, but the only Donkey Kong Countries 1 and 2 that I owned were on the Wii the virtual console or whatever it was called. But played through those for the first time in decades, and that was a lot of fun. A lot of people put Donkey Kong Country 2 as the best and one of their favorite games of all time, much less their favorite platformers. Donkey Kong Country 2 is my least favorite of the 3. My favorite is Donkey Kong Country 3, then 1, and then 2 is my least favorite. Still a good game, but it's my least favorite out of all of them. So, and similar how I was playing through series, like I played through all the Donkey Kong Country games. Next up is Donkey Kong Country 64, which I need to play before I play Donkey Kong Country Returns, because that was a Wii game, and that's going to have retro achievements. I've never actually played it before, so I need to get through Donkey Kong 64 so I can get to, so I can play Donkey Kong Country Returns, and then I'll play, even though there's not achievements for it because it wasn't a Wii game, but I'll play Tropical Freeze right after that, which I've also never played, but I do own both of them. I just haven't played them yet. So how does retro achievements work? We're almost at the end, so I'll talk about that here at the very end after I finish going over these last few games. Oh yeah, so I played through the Donkey Kong Country games. I played through all the Metroid games. My goal was to play through all the Mega Man games and all the Zelda games, and all the Doom games, but those franchises I didn't get very far. I was going to do the same with Mario, because Angry Canadian challenged me to Mario Sunshine, which I've never played. So I was going to all right, I'll start at the beginning and I'll play all the games up through Mario Sunshine. I didn't get very far, because the only one I've beaten so far is the original Super Mario Bros. But I didn't beat the NES version. I did the Super Mario All-Stars version on Super Nintendo, because that's the cartridge that I have, which has Mario's 1, 2, and 3, and the Lost Levels. I started playing Lost Levels, and that was stupid hard, so I skipped it, moved on to Mario 2, and man, I hate Mario 2. And like when I was talking about Doom earlier, where the last chapter is taking all the wind out of my sails. Same with Doom 2 or Mario 2. I started that back in March, and I still haven't beat Mario 2 because I just hate Mario 2 so much. Nose is driving me nuts. It's so itchy. I just hate the way Mario 2 plays, which is why I haven't beaten it yet. But I do plan to beat Mario 2 and then 3. And once I get to 3, I won't have much of an issue, because 3 I enjoyed, although I haven't played it since I was a kid. And then I'll play Super Mario World for I've played that one a couple times in my adult life, but I probably haven't played it in 10 years. But I am looking forward to playing Super Mario World again. And then I'll play Yoshi's Island for the very first time. And then Mario 64 for the first time in probably 20 plus years. And then Sunshine for the very first time. So I am planning on doing that, because Mario Galaxies 1 and 2 will have retro achievement support for Wii when Wii launches. I've never played those ones before, so I'll play those ones for the very first time. But I did beat Mario Bros. My main issue is the last World 8 is freaking terrible, because the last level, 8-4, there are no power-ups. So if you can go into the level with either like Big Mario or Fire Flower Mario, but if you take a hit, you lose it, and there's no way to get it back. So if you don't beat the level, you have to, and you die, you have to beat the entire level over again as Small Mario, so which means you can't take a hit at all. And oh my god, that took me, that probably took me like 50 to 60 lives to get through the final world as Tiny Mario, because there's no power-ups, and that's my biggest issue with Mario 1. But I did beat it, and I got the retro achievements to prove it, and I'm in the middle of Mario 2 somewhere, and I haven't played it in months because I hate Mario 2. But I will beat it and move on to Mario 3, and then it'll be smooth sailing from there, because the rest of the games I'm actually looking forward to playing. I think I talked about So Little Bubble. That was another Metroid ROM hack, a little micro one. I don't have all the achievements, but I have beaten it. It only took it's like a 10-minute ROM hack or something. Subnautica, I beat this pretty late in the year, and that's because this is one of my favorite games of all time. It's in my top 10 games of all time. I love this game so much. And I hadn't played it yet in 2025. I'd probably beaten it 5 times in 2024 and probably like 10 times in 2023. But I had been playing a bunch of games that were just sucking the life out of me, and I was like not having any fun. So I needed a palate cleanser. So I did another quick playthrough of Subnautica, and by quick, a first time playthrough was probably about 60 hours. That's how long it took me the first time. But now that I've beaten it so many times, my average playthrough is about 20 hours. So I did a quick playthrough of Subnautica again. No achievements because I already have all the achievements, but I played through it again as a bit of a palate cleanser. Love that game so much. Keeper, this one, launched recently directly into Game Pass. It's Double Fine's latest game. You play as a sentient lighthouse, and it's basically broken up into 3 sections. You play as the walking lighthouse as the first act, and it's all like a walking simulator kind of puzzle-solving game. And it's rather short. It's probably about a 6-hour game. I enjoyed it and went into detail about it on Achievement Chasers. But the second act, you actually basically turn into a boat, and that was probably my favorite part of the game. And you're driving around basically as a boat and solving these puzzles. And you have the little bird creature. It's actually more like a feathered dragon because he actually has 4 legs and wings. He helps you solve puzzles. He's kind of like your little companion. I liked having this little bird around. But the second act, you're basically like a boat, and you go around on water solving puzzles. And then the last part, you're basically just the eye of the lighthouse, and you're like this wheel. And it's almost like a Tony Hawk game for the last act of the game. So doesn't wear out its welcome. It's pretty short, but rather enjoyable. It's on Game Pass, and it's a pretty quick completion. The only thing is, if you're not keeping your eye out for the collectibles, which there's like 1 per level, you can beat the entire game, and the only achievement you'll get is for beating the game. All the other achievements in the game are for 1 achievement for each of the collectibles, so they're not too difficult to find. But if you want all the achievements, make sure you keep an eye out or follow a guide to make sure you don't miss it, because they are missable, and I don't think there's chapter selects. Don't quote me on that. You'll have to play through the game again, but as long as you get each of the collectibles as you go, you'll get all the achievements by the time you reach the end of the game. Urban Trial Tricky. This was a pretty fun, pretty short game. It probably took maybe like 6 hours. And I bought this one way back when it was on sale due to a recommendation from somebody in my Xbox community. It's basically if you were to mix the Trials games that I mentioned earlier, like Trials Fusion, with a Tony Hawk game. So you're on this little like motorcycle, and you go back and forth from one side of the level to the other, but you're going off jumps and half pipes and stuff and doing tricks, but you're also trying to not like bail, and you want to hold your tricks longer and do all, chain your tricks together like a Tony Hawk game and increase your multiplier so you get huge score bonuses. And each of the like 30 levels has like 5 goals on it, and so they're like for collecting all of the collectible items on the map, or for getting a certain score amount, or for doing a certain trick a number of times. So rather short, but pretty fun. If you like Tony Hawk or Trials games, you'll probably like Urban Trial Tricky. So that was a pretty fun one. Almost here at the end of the line here. Just a couple of short games left, because we did already talk about Ninja Gaiden 4, so we don't have to talk about that one again. Discovery Tour Viking Age. The last couple mainline Assassin's Creed games have done this like Discovery Tour mode. which they introduced with Origins, which is the one that takes place in Egypt. It was like a free DLC, and it basically like teaches you about what people, what life was like back in, ancient Egypt. And it was really interesting, especially if you're interested in history. It's more of a educational teaching tool. They had the same thing in Odyssey, but I haven't experienced that one yet. But I will at some point when I get around to Odyssey. And then this one is actually its own standalone game, but this is to kind of piggyback off of Valhalla, because the other ones, Odyssey and Origins, those were DLCs for the game. But in Valhalla, they spun it off as its own standalone game, so you play it without actually even owning Valhalla. But I do own Valhalla. I just haven't played it yet. But in this one, instead of it just being like an educational tool where it teaches you about everyday Viking life, you actually play as a character, and there's actually a short story that you play through, and you're kind of going through everyday life as this character, and figuring out, there's this short storyline. You get framed for something, and you have to find evidence of it to show that this guy's lying. And throughout the course, you're learning things about everyday Viking life, which is pretty interesting. So it's pretty short. It's like a 4-hour completion, but it's also, it's educational as well. I think the genre tag is actually educational and learning. So there's that one. Then I decided to go ahead and give a game about digging a hole a shot, and I actually really enjoyed it. The funny thing about it is the first achievement is for beating the game, and then you unlock achievement mode, and then you have to beat the game again, and there's a bunch of achievements that you unlock along the way. So it's a rather short game. Enjoyed my time with it. It is on Game Pass. Even at full price, I think it's only like $5. But it didn't wear out its welcome. I think it took maybe like 3 or 4 hours to complete it, and it was another nice little palate cleanser, and it was fun just digging and upgrading my stuff, and so I could dig deeper. And then, I guess this is probably the last game I have to talk about is The Grinch Merry Christmas Adventures Edition or something like that. I wanted to play something Christmassy, and this also ended up leaving Game Pass. So I didn't panic play it because it hadn't been announced as leaving Game Pass yet, but it left Game Pass right after I played it, or it got announced as leaving Game Pass right after I played it. But yeah, it's made for kids. It's a very rudimentary, very low quality 2D platformer, but you play as the Grinch and collect candy canes and stuff, and it was very Christmassy, and I wanted to play it because I think I played it like a couple days before Christmas, so played through that and got all the achievements, the 1500 gamer score for it. And then right after that, it ended up leaving Game Pass, which was surprising because it was only on Game Pass for 3 months, and usually games are on Game Pass for a year. The only ones that are usually less than a year are like big giant games, like GTA has come to Game Pass a couple times, but it was only on for like 6 months. So it only being, it makes sense that it's a seasonal game, but it's weird that it was only on for 3 months. So it left Game Pass, but it was a very short game. It took like 3 hours, and it was fairly simple. So. So that is basically wraps up all of the games I played over 2025. And like I said, these are not in any particular order because I started using GameShelf in September, and it wasn't even around at the beginning of the year. But these are just in a random order. I created a list. You can go on GameShelf and like become a friend with me, and you can go look at all these lists and see all the lists that I've made. And I started a 2026 games list right here. And this, because I have this from the beginning of the year, these are all in the games I've beaten in 2026 so far, and these are in the order that I beat them. So at the end of 2026, when I do this again next year for 2027, I'll be able to go through them in the order that I played them. So yeah, so Hellblade is the first game I beat. Then I did the Game Boy Advance version of NES, Metroid. Then a Braid Remaster, Hellblade 2, Metroid, the original Metroid on GameCube. Mega Man Powered Up, did more of that. Mega Man X, Maverick Hunter X, and Metroid 2. So those are the games I've beaten so far in 2026, but this list will continue to grow as I beat games. So, hey, what's up, lowest? Game Pass. So I'm still subscribed because I had backlogged like 3 years of Game Pass, so it actually runs out in April. But I will be continuing my Game Pass, but I'm not doing the month-to-month thing, because if you're paying month-to-month, you're doing it wrong. That is the absolute worst way to do it. You can get it for way cheaper if you buy like prepaid cards and stack them, you'll get probably like 40% cheaper by doing it that way. But I play a lot of stuff on Game Pass, so it makes sense for me. So, all right. So, lastly, to let's see here. Can I switch? Oh, yeah, you know what? I think I probably could. So to answer your question, let's see here. That was Crazy Landlow asked about retro achievements. So let me see if I can switch it over here to my other monitor. No. No, not GameShelf. That's not what I want. Retro achievements. There we go. So, this is Retro Achievements. This is my profile page. Can you see my cursor? There we go. So, you see the last game I was playing was Super Metroid because I was messing with some stuff earlier today because I want to learn to develop achievements for Retro Achievements. So, I was using this as kind of like a template, and I was learning how developing achievements works. So, but I haven't actually played it since I got my last achievement back in March. But anyways, so this is my profile page. I have 2,388 achievements. I've beaten 26 games that are retail games, but I've beaten a total of 37, which includes subsets and ROM hacks and stuff. Hey, Metal Shred Freak rated over on Twitch. How? It said that my stream ended. Am I still live on Twitch? Because it said that my stream ended on Twitch. Yeah, see, it says Neo is offline. So, I don't know what that's about, but awesome. I guess it's still working, even though it said that it's not. So, I appreciate the raid, Shred. Hope you were doing well tonight, buddy. On the topic of Xbox, I reacted to the developer direct. Not on my channel, but I was on someone else's channel. We watched it together. Fable looks way less terrible than I expected. I agree. I have no anticipation for it because I don't really care about Fable. Although I do have a vested interest in seeing it fail because of our Fantasy Critic League. So if it does bad, I do better. But if it does good, then the person whose game it is does better. So I want to see it fail, but I am actually more positive towards the game after today's stream than I was before. But yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Oh, that was Lois that said it. I thought that was Shred that said it. But yeah, I agree. It doesn't look as bad as we were anticipating. But yeah, crazy technology, am I right? Yes. So, anyways, back on the topic, because Crazy Landlow asked me about Retro Achievements. I am more than happy to oblige. So this is my Retro Achievement page. You can go and join Retro Achievements, and you can become a friend with me. I have 17,178 points. So if you know anything about true achievements, it's very similar to that. So this is my true achievements. This is Xbox. So I have 922,694 gamer score. But what True Achievements does is, based on how many people have an achievement in a game versus how many people have played the game, they create this ratio, and the less people have the achievement versus how many people have played the game, the higher the ratio because it's more difficult. So those achievements are worth more True Achievement value. And that's what this is. I have 1.6 million True Achievement score, and which means this is my total ratio is 1.81. So every achievement that I have, I can go to my achievements, and the last achievement I got was an origami last night, where the gamer score is worth 19 gamer score. The ratio is 2.14, so if you multiply those together, the true achievement score is 40. And the difference between that is the true achievement difference, which is 21 points. So very similar thing with retro achievements is I've got 17,178 points, because every achievement you get has a different point value: 5, 10, 1, 20, 25, 50. And so as an example, I'll show you, this achievement is worth 10 points. This achievement is worth 10 points. This one's worth 5 points. But depending on how many people have played the game, it may have a higher ratio, and so that gives you your retro score. And that's what this is. I have 111,870 retro score because my overall ratio, like on True Achievements, was 1.8. On Retro Achievements, my ratio is 6.51. Because I've got some really difficult achievements or very few people have the achievement. But how it works is you can go to Retro Achievements website, you can go to download, and you can download any of the emulators that list what platforms are supported on each one. I recommend RetroArch because it supports the most. Basically, all your platforms are covered with RetroArch with the exception of GameCube. The only way to play GameCube games for Retro Achievements is the Dolphin emulator. And then the only way to play PS2 games is the PCSX2 emulator. Other than that, every platform you want to play is covered by RetroArch. As you can see, there's a crap load of platforms. And I'm not going to get into the ROMs because there are ways to get your ROMs legitimately, and I cannot advise you legally how to get those ROMs illegitimately. The legal way is to take your own cartridges or discs and download the data from them onto your computer. There are other ways to do it that are less than legal, which I cannot get into for legal reasons. But there are ways to get them that are not that way. But that's the legal way to do it because there's no piracy condoned via Retro Achievements. If you start talking about asking people where do I get ROMs and you start talking about piracy, you'll probably get banned. So as long as you don't talk about that, you'll be fine. But there's, depending on disc-based systems are a lot easier to get your data off of than cartridge-based because with cartridges you have to have special equipment. But you just download the emulator. There's nothing wrong with emulators. There are tons of emulators. Emulation itself, there's nothing legally wrong with that. The legality comes into how you acquire your ROM. So, just say that you have the physical copy and you downloaded the ROM from your game, and then once you have it on your hard drive, you just load up the ROM into the emulator. And if you don't have a Retro Achievement account, you got to sign up for Retro Achievements. Create an account, and then all you got to do is go into RetroArch, and in the settings there's a Retro Achievement tab, and you just plug in your username and password, and then they're linked. And then any game that you play, if it has Retro Achievements, when you launch the game, it'll pop up and say you have 0 out of 56 achievements in this game. And as you unlock them, it'll pop up every time you unlock an achievement on your emulator. And then if you go to your profile page in Retro Achievements, you can go and see the games that you've played, and you can see all the achievements that you've got. There is softcore and hardcore mode, and in my book, if it's not hardcore, it doesn't count. I have 0 softcore achievements because softcore means that you can use save states and rewind and stuff. And the way you can tell is if you have any softcore achievements here, you'll have separate stats and it'll say softcore. I don't have any, so you don't see it, and it'll also show next to your point value, it'll show in parentheses your softcore points. But in my book, if it's not hardcore, it doesn't count. And you can also tell because hardcore achievements always have this gold banner around them. Non-hardcore achievements have a gray banner, so you can actually see the difference. But yeah, you can just go start playing your games, and it'll, as you're unlocking achievements, they'll show up here on your profile. So if you have any questions, go ahead and DM me. I'd be happy to help. The more people playing, retro games and retro achievements, the better. So I'd be happy to point you in the right direction. It's not as complicated as it seems. So yeah, there's tons. Like I said, there's I've beaten 26 retail, but I've beaten 36 in total because you can go to any one of the platforms and Super Nintendo, and it'll list all the Super Nintendo games, and you can filter. Right now, I'm only looking at the ones that have retro achievements because it's all community run. But you can go and find games that don't have achievement sets. I'll just set it to no. And there's all these games that, just on Super Nintendo, let's see here, how many are there? 20. There's 2,700 Super Nintendo games listed on Retro Achievements, of which nearly 1,600 of them don't have achievement sets. And about 1,100 of them do. So it's all community run. People go through the process of becoming achievement developers, and then they can go and pick a game that doesn't have once they go through the process, they can go find a game that doesn't have an achievement set and start developing an achievement. And then once they an achievement set for it, and once they do, they publish it, and then people can go start playing that game and get achievements for it. That's one of the things I want to do, and that's why I was actually I was messing around with the memory inspector, and that's how you program the achievements. Is you look at what values change in the RAM whenever you do something, and you learn what values are correlated to what in the game, and then you can set it up so that, oh, when this value, this ROM value, hexadecimal RAM value turns into, instead of it being like 01, it turns into 02, that's because, oh, you picked up this item, and now I know to unlock an achievement because you've unlocked this item, or you've reached a certain threshold of something. So I was actually messing with that today because I really want to create an achievement set for Super Metroid Revamp, and doing it for a ROM hack because there's tons of ROM hacks, and ROM hacks have achievement sets as well. A lot of them don't, though. And for a ROM hack based on a game that does have an achievement set, like Super Metroid, a lot of the work is already done for you. So, because it's based on an existing game that already has an achievement set, so a lot of the work is already done. You can already easily find what values are stored where. So, yeah. This is just the last 5 games I've played. This is showing you all my completed games in order. So my very first game that I got all the achievements for was Metroid Prime, then Star Fox Assault, then Star Wars The Clone Wars. As I talked about earlier, Bionic Commando. I have it cut off so you can't see it on OBS, but Bionic Commando Elite Forces. Here's one of those Metroid micro hacks. Micro hack. Link's Awakening, the Game Boy version. Link's Awakening, the Game Boy Color version. Another Metroid micro hack. And then Metroid 2, which I just finished last night. As you can see, I got the final achievement for completing the game in under 3 hours, unlocked January 22nd. And as I mentioned, this one, Metroid 2, look at right there. This achievement set was developed by Dude1286. And you can go and look at all the achievements, for this list. I have them all, and they all have the gold banner. But if I went to, like, Super Metroid, these ones are all gray because I don't have it. Or you can go to the Super Metroid page and scroll through them and see, how many people, like this achievement. This is the softcore versus hardcore, so I only look at the one in the parentheses because that's the only one that matters to me because softcore people don't count. 3,132 people have this achievement out of the 25,036 people who have played Super Metroid. The only Super Metroid achievements I don't have are these 4, and these are pretty tricky. So that's kind of the basic rundown of retro achievements. I love it. Sign up, create an account, send me a friend request, or you don't send a friend request. You just start following people, and I'd be happy to follow you back. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to help you get started, answer any questions, because I've been kind of evenly splitting ever since Dude really got me into this. I've been kind of almost splitting my time 50-50 between retro achievements and, Xbox and modern games. So, in all in total, across all the games I played on retro achievements, I have 9 that I've started that I have not beaten yet. I have 24 that I've beaten that I have not mastered, and I have 13 that I've mastered where I've gotten all the achievements. And then you can break it down by console. So, here's the breakdown by console. 3 unbeaten Super Nintendo games, 10 beaten. I've not mastered any of them. I've mastered 3 Game Boy Advance games, 4 GameCube games, 2 Game Boy Color games, 4 Game Boy games, and so, yeah. So, yeah, you can just go and look up, you can go type in the name of any game, you can go and browse by platform and look up a platform, and basically see all the games that are listed. You can filter by has achievements, doesn't have achievements, or both. And one of the other things is for achievement sets that, for games that don't have achievement sets, you earn requests, and you can go to an achievement set and be like, oh, I really want someone to develop an achievement set for this game, and you can click this request set button. I've already used all of mine, but you can remove them and move them around. So I've earned 9 so far, and you earn them for how long you've been a member. You earn like 1 every year, and for every like 2,500 points, you get another one. So, I can click on 9 here, And I have, after I earn another 2,822 retro points, I'll earn another request, and then I'll have 9. But here's the 9 that I have requests for. They're basically all the Wii games that are going to be launching in March. But you can see people are working on Skyward Sword, people are working on Twilight Princess, people are working on, this is a GameCube game, but people are working on Anniversary Collection, someone's working on Other M, Prime 3. No one is currently working on Trilogy, but that's because they're working on Other M and 3 Corruption. But I guarantee you Prime 3 will have a retro achievement set at some point. There's a lot of requests, 142 requests for this one. Smash Brawl, 267 requests for this one, but it's being worked on. Pro Skater 3 on GameCube, that's my favorite Tony Hawk, so I want someone to develop it, so I have a request there. And then Super Metroid X Fusion is another ROM hack that recently came out. So you can kind of vote for what games you would like to see, and the people who develop their achievement sets, they'll go and look at the list of games and who has like most requested. They'll look at games that, Psychonauts on PS2 has more requests than any other game on the site. It has 417 requests, and someone's currently working on it. So they'll go and look at this list of what games have the most requests and decide, you know what, I think I'll go ahead and develop an achievement set for this one. This is one that I really, really hope that someone develops a set for, because I want to play Matrix Path of Neo for retro achievements. But you can see over here which ones have someone working on them and which ones don't. So it's all community run, which is freaking great. And I am really glad that dude introduced me to it, because retro achievements is great. So, yeah. Oh, who knows what'll happen next? Yep. So, oh, I've totally gotten every ROM legitimately. Don't worry. Exactly. Same here. All of my ROMs are legitimate. 100%. Although I would say most of them I do own in one form or the other. But yeah, so yeah, if you're interested, go sign up, create an account. It's free. And then if you have any questions, let me know. I'd be happy to help. The best way to start is with RetroArch, and then just throw your ROMs in there and start playing. If you launch a game and it says no achievements detected, it's because sometimes only certain versions of a ROM work. Like sometimes it's only the USA version of a game or only the European version of the game. So if you go to a game and you're like, why is my ROM not being detected? You can go to the game on Retro Achievements and look at supported game files here, and it'll tell you which versions. So Super Metroid Japan, USA, this version, this version, this version are all recognized. But if you have a Super Metroid version that is not one of these, it will not be recognized for Retro Achievements. So that's how you know which versions are recognized and why one may not work. You may have to find a different version of the ROM. So, all right, I think that will about do it for tonight. I have talked more tonight than I have in a long time, because I haven't done a solo stream in a long time. But that was a lot of fun going over all the games I played over 2025. And I hope maybe I inspired some of you guys to play some of those games, or heck, maybe start doing some retro achievements. So I'll have another person to talk about retro achievements with. It is 10:45 and I have not had dinner yet, so I'm getting a little hungry. I'm going to go eat. Thank you everyone for hanging out with me. Thank you for the raid shred, even though it told me that Twitch stream was dead. Apparently it was not. Let me refresh my page. Maybe it revived itself. Let's see, does it say I'm live? Oh, it restarted the stream with default place filler data. So it did die and then it came back, but it didn't come back with the right information. It just, the placeholder information that was there, it restarted with that. So last thing before I say goodnight, this is my last stream for this week. But next week, the plan is I will be continuing Metroidvania Monday on Monday. And I feel like I'm right at the end of Revenge of the Savage Planet, so most likely we'll beat Revenge of the Savage Planet on stream on Monday night. And then Tuesday will be the next episode of Party Chat, and Jeff from Suns and Shadows will be joining us. So I hope you come join us for Party Chat. That one's always a lot of fun. I don't have any of the topics yet, so I can't tell you what those are. But for those who hang out till the end of Metroidvania Monday, I do give a little sneak preview into the next day's Party Chat topics. Wednesday night, I should be back on Carl's channel talking backlog battling on what we've been playing lately. So if you want to hear me talk more about what I've been playing over the last couple weeks, come check that out. And then next Thursday, Lois will be joining me, as will Dude and Jay Bongo, and we're doing the Metroid Prime 4 roundtable discussion. We're going to be going into detail, the ups, the downs, the highs, the lows, everything we liked, everything we didn't like. We're going to be dissecting Metroid Prime 4 at the atomic level on everything that it did right and didn't do right, and what we did and didn't like. So we're going to be going into detail on that Metroid Prime 4 roundtable next Thursday night right here. So thank you everyone for hanging out with me for I think it's probably the longest solo stream I've done, where I was talking basically the entire time. I thought I was going to have to go and stop and go to the bathroom and refill my water bottle for how much talking I've been doing. I'm still like half my water bottle is full. So, I did better than I thought I was going to do. So, but anyways, that'll be it for tonight, everyone. Thanks for joining me for the return of Open Mic. It has been a long time since I've done one of these. Since August, late August was my last one. This month has been a little weird because every Thursday has been something different. But next month, I will be continuing to do other than the typical achievement chasers that I do with Dude once a month. I'm planning on doing open mics every Thursday going forward for the foreseeable future, and having a guest on, and that is always open to everyone. A bunch of you guys, have been on it before. If you want to come back on again, I'd be happy to have you on. But yeah, it's basically just come on and we talk about video games and go wherever the conversation takes us. So I don't have any guests lined up. So if you want to be on open mic and talk video games with me, let me know and we'll make it happen. But yeah, we'll be resuming regular open mics in the month of February. So thank you everyone for joining me for tonight. You all have a great night, and we will see you all later. And as always, in the meantime, game on.